Hello, 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 hello. How's it going there, Mando? What's happening? What's happening? So, want to start off by thanking everybody. I just hit 3,000 subscribers last night. So, thank you everybody for subscribing and for supporting what I do. So, let's go ahead and we'll get working on that that little key van some more. Still working on cooling and some other stuff. So, let me just get the audio fixed out. We know how the music's doing. It's a little bit loud in my ear, so I'm just gonna drop it a little bit. Alright, so I need to get this cooling situation under control. So essentially what's happening is I need a little bit of supercharging to get enough power. And I also need airflow through the air cooler here to chill the engine. So I need to come up with some solutions for this. So let's currently check it and see what's going on here. I forget, I started working on this last night, so. Let's rev that up, stick it in gear. Alright, so let's see. We have good airflow there. We have good fluid flow. That's fine. Let's see what I need to do. I might have to do something to do air in injection. See if I can get a pump in there for air. Again, we're a little bit tight on space, so we'll see what I can do to get this kind of spaced out here. The fuel here is kind of in the way. Let's see. Transmission's kind of in the way too, so I've got a bunch of stuff that's kind of making it difficult to get things where I need them. I should be able to move this. There we go. I should be able to move that there. Not right there, but okay. So let's do this. Let's cut you, cut you. Cut this. And remember what I'll do is move the fuel over here. Okay. And so what we'll do here is go like that. Alright, and then I'll put in a pipe segment here. Alright, good. So now that the fuel is relocated, and then what I'll do is I'll grab a block. So this is an XML3 block. This is my favorite thing to do with XML, is just for hiding stuff that you need to hide. So for example, like that right there, bingo, now the fuel manifold's gone. Every time I start streaming is when I have to clear my throat like 900 times, so it's always fun. And then we can go like that, and that fixes that, so that won't be visible. And then what we can do is take the alternator, we'll cut that, and we'll put it over here. Alright, the alternator will go there. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll take a, let's go like that. Take a pump. Alright, and so now we have a modular, a belt-driven pump here. That's going to be fluid out. Alright, good. So then this will go, cut the air, and we'll put it like so. And so now we've got air going in like that. The problem is when it gets to the air manifold, it deletes the air. So the problem with running it straight through here into the air is you would think that if you set this to 0.2, it's only going to take some of the air in and create back pressure, but it doesn't. It gets rid of all the airflow, and then you're screwed with your cooling. So let's see. And then what are you? You are fluid in. So this is air in. So we'll go like this for air in. Alright, so that will take air in. I'm curious if I run it through here, but it's better if I just run this hot air out. I think that's going to be the best bet. Doesn't pick up any ambient air, so it's not like I have to worry about that. So that's not a concern. Well, we'll go like that. That'll take the air in, put it into the engine there, and then what I'll do is probably feed that a constant number. Could just feed it whatever the clutch is feeding. Just feed it a constant number for now. Where are we at here? That's constant on. Let's actually look at the panel here. I have some extraneous stuff on the panel, like, for example, radiator. Let's see, where is radiator? I don't need the radiator anymore. That's for an electric radiator. It's plumbed up for that, so. Where the hell did that go? Where did you... I thought I had electric radiator on. That's that. Okay, that's starter. Okay, never mind. It's probably right. Air manifold, fuel manifold. I know I have it here. Pump clutch right there. It's pump clutch is what it is. Alright, so where the hell is pump clutch going? Rear brakes. Be nice if I could, like, ping the block and it would. There it is right here. Be nice if I could ping the block and it would flash or something. Alright, so... for now, what we'll do is just this. Pump clutch go like that, and then this will go from pump clutch to... we'll change the name of it. To supercharger. Alright, so that'll be the supercharger there. And I'll just run a 1 out to the... I'll run a 1 out to this belt-driven pump there. So let's run that up, make sure that's all running. Oh, you're in school, Dano? I am more informative than school ever could be. Alright. So now, as you can see, we have good flow rates. The fluid pressure will... the fluid liter per second will continue to build up. And that's because essentially what's happening, I think, is as you get closer to 60, it's slowing the flow rate, therefore increasing the pressure in there. Or it's increasing the pressure, which slows the flow rate, which increases how many liters per second go through, essentially. Alright, and then we over here. Right, so we are pumping air in, no problem. Okay, good. So that's getting the air in there. It's, if you notice, it's at 26.5 atmospheres. So the air is being pressurized in there, and it's taking as much as it likes. So that's good. So that's actually a pretty good way to get it going. What was I doing? Checking infinite electricity and fuel. I need to fix this save so it doesn't do this. Okay, this is screwed up now. I gotta reboot this and check it. I gotta fix this save. For some reason I have infinite fuel on and I forget and then do a test and it's on, so. Okay, you know what it is? It's the engine's not going to... let's see if it's turning enough. See, the nice thing with supercharging with an impeller is a lot of people are doing pumps. You need to pre-prime with a pump. An impeller lets air leak through, so... I might have to do some chicanery to get this work. Let's try to start it and see how much airflow we get through on a start. As long as that's turning while the starter's going, hopefully we should get enough. Okay, let's see. Alright, so see, that's the problem, is it's not getting any air. This is becoming a pain in the ass. Okay, let's try to do this a little different. The problem, too, is this cooling might not even work after doing all this, too. Because this needs to pull air through, and it's not going to do it, so... You know, like I could make it work with one-way valves. I've done that before, but everything's so big that's not really helpful. Let's do some more tearing apart here. Oh, shit, I don't want to do that. Let's grab this. And then I think we're on the right track here. I just need to... Problem is it wasn't cooling all that great anyway, so I need to try to make sure I get this up and running cooling-wise pretty well here. Okay, let's actually back that up like so. Okay, let's cut you. Let us... That's water flow. That's air relief there off the water. Okay. Let's do some tearing apart. I have the save, so. Okay, I have the save, so I can go through and fix it if need be. But we'll do some tearing apart. I want to get this more compact if I can. All right, so we'll tear all this out, and we'll try to get this set up here. All right, so what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to move this here, the air. So let's do a regular supercharge. We're going to need to, don't necessarily need to supercharge it, but I want to supercharge it. It's just going to run a lot better if it's supercharged. It's going to have more power. All right, and then... All right, that will go like that. That will go like that. Okay, good. Impeller. All right, let's see. What are you? You should be in. That's impeller in. All right. All right, here's a fluid port. So this will be the fluid port for the air going into the combustion chamber. And then right here, we'll put in a pipe here. All right, let me just double check, make sure that was correct. Yep, fluid out there, that's correct. Okay, so now that supercharger is there. And let's try to get the cooling loop in here, powered by this pump, and we'll do another impeller. So okay, so that will go like that. You flip it. Okay. All right, so that will go like that. And we'll grab the air cooler right here. So I still don't know if this air cooler is going to be enough. We will see. But all right, fluid out, fluid in, fluid out. All right, so that should be like that. I could move over one, couldn't it? Yeah, yes, maybe. Probably it should be like this. Okay. If I do that, let's see. All right, so we'll do that like that. And then this here, we'll move the air manifold, because that XML block is going to cover for us, so we can move that. We'll move that directly here up against the impeller. If I can see if I can grab it. Okay. All right, so that's up against the impeller, and then I'm going to take a manifold piece. We'll do a T-piece manifold right here like that. That will hook to the air manifold there. What's that? That's fluid out, fluid in, fluid out. Beautiful. Okay. Then we'll take a cooling manifold that will go right there. The shorter the run, the better. Okay, good. All right, nice. And then this is going to go... What are you? Are you air in or out? Air in. Okay, so we'll grab air in. We'll go there. That's fine. We'll get rid of you. I don't need you. All right, so air in there, and then like that. So I can flip this block right. There we go. All right, now put the air out like so. So this will pump the air. Make sure that is correct. Yep, perfect. Air out. Okay, so that'll pump the air through here. And then I'm trying to think how we want to set this up for venting here. I need to vent this, unfortunately, this water loop. Trying to think of the best way to vent this water loop. I'm gonna have to just vent it the way I did last time, so it's not a big deal. Okay, go like that. And then we'll do a okay, so that will vent out the gas in there. And then we just need to put in like that. And if I want to cover that hole, I'll just put an XML block in there, but right now I don't need to worry about it. Alright, so let's see how this runs now. How's it going there, Luca? Still working on the van from yesterday. Little key van. Trying to get the get the supercharger and the cooling. What's it doing now? What's going on here? What did I screw up? Alright, so nice. This is 126 liters per second, so that's pretty good. Okay, impellers, not... Okay, let's see. So the air should come through the impeller because it's leaky, so... Oh, I didn't put exhaust back on, so that could have actually been the main problem, was no exhaust, but this is going to run better anyway like this. Alright, let's see how I have to loop up exhaust here. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get a cat in for exhaust. I'll run out of space. Okay. Let's try cranking that now. That was the main problem before, was I didn't hook the exhaust up. The big thing is I need to make sure I'm getting enough cooling here because we're going to run out of problems with that. You know, by the nature of this having a very small engine, it has to rev up high to get any power, so... Alright, we have no fluid flow. That's not good. Why is this impeller? Oh, you know what it is? I didn't put it in gear yet. Okay. I thought I clicked the up arrow. I did not. Now we should have water flow. Wow, that's low. Why is that so low? Why is the fluid flow so low? That's not good if that's going to be that low. Huh. Let's see what's up with this. Why this is funky. I don't see how this stays cool if I don't get better fluid flow than that. Let's fix this here. I don't like the way this is lined up here, so let's change some of this. Sorry, hopefully that snort wasn't on the mic. Look over runny ass nose. Let's try it without venting it for right now. Oh, come on, don't do that. Let's try it without venting it now. I'm going to probably have to vent the air out of there because it builds up and it slows everything down. That's what I like about these tiny little builds, is they're challenging to get everything tucked away and running, and you know, part of it is like the parts, they don't give us small enough parts. I really wish they would go through and do a miniaturization pass. Yeah, we had really good water flows earlier. Now we're kind of anemic. Oh, you brought me something? Kept bringing me a mouse. It's a fake mouse. Yeah, see the 9 liters per second is too little right now. The air is adequate, but the 9 liters per second is pretty small. It's gonna overheat if I can't get the water flow up. So I need to vent it. So let me try to vent this, John. Make sure this is correct. That's fluid in. Yep. Okay, this should be fluid out, fluid in. Yep, that's all right. Okay. I kind of like this little bit of detailing here to put a pipe or something coming up the back here. It's kind of give me something to put in there for some detailing. All right, so that should let gas pressure out. And that should help relieve the flow restriction for the water. I trimmed up this by accident. There we go. Okay. What's up with this? Why won't it shift in gear? There we go. Okay. Alright, so hopefully that's pumping. So notice, look at the fluid flow. Fluid flows at 300 liters per second. That's pretty nuts. So that's because I vented the air. So because I was able to vent the air, it is no longer clogging it up. So that is really, really high liquid flow. That's insanely high liquid flow. That's really, really good. You see the gas going out? That is the gas pressure built up in the system being relieved. You notice it will keep dropping and dropping and dropping until there's pretty much nothing. But that's a burp. That lets the air pressure out of the water system, keeping it from getting clogged up. This is a little bit slower than I like, but that's not bad. 127.6 liters per second. You know, we get 599. If I put this through an impeller, I'd be getting like 599 liters per second of air. We used to get 75 liters per second. So, kind of thinking historically, it really isn't all that bad. I gotta watch the temps on this. We'll see how this goes here. Unfortunately, this might still overheat, and then I have to come up with a new cooling system because, it's already up to 43. Let's go for a drive. Let's kind of button it up. Go for a little drive, see what it looks like. I think they need to go through a balancing pass on a lot of this cooling stuff. Again, kind of get rid of the metas. Essentially I would go, I've talked about this before, but I would go like, if it's bigger, it's essentially going to be more efficient for cooling. That would be kind of my thought process. So it gives you a reason, for example, to do liquid air cooling, air cooling. If you have a big build, it's more efficient to do that because you have a premium of space. You know, when you have a tiny little build, you have to do an electric radiator. The electric radiators are already expensive money-wise, and so that's kind of the balancing on that, is that they're expensive money-wise, and you know, you pay the extra cash, but you get a really space-efficient thing, and so they would, you know, make it so that the bigger the stuff, the more efficient it should be, frankly. All right, let's. I want to shrink those windows up. Let's go like that. There we go. All right. Oh, I don't want to do that. There we go. All right, so let's delete this. Let's get rid of the jack stands, and we will go for a little drive around here. I want to test out the cooling. Again, this cooling still might not work, and I might have to put in more robust cooling. I've done a bunch of air cooling stuff before, but this revs pretty high. So we'll see what the speeds are too. Now that this is supercharged, I probably don't need to rev as high. Just give me one quick sec. Alright, so let's see. We're good there. Hopefully I took the brake off. Yep, apparently I did. Alright, so in first gear we're doing 21. So I probably could decrease the max RPM too, which would help with cooling. So definitely we have some extra power now, which is nice, just to be able to get up to speed, because we get in this area with our gear changes that eventually we're going to get to a point where we're just starting to trade away too much power for speed, and so getting that little bit of supercharging will get us over the hump there. So already up to 41. I think we're in 5th. I'm just kind of, doing it by feel. You know, I can kind of tell by the RPM. Like, that's how I do it in real life, is go by the RPM. Yep, there's 6. Okay, yep, so that was perfect. So, yep. So I think I was able to get up to like 55, between 50 and 60 miles an hour. So that's, I'm happy with that. Again, this is, you know, I like each of my vehicles to have pros and cons. I don't like it to do everything. And so, like, the pro of this vehicle, the main job of this vehicle is to be tiny and able to be carried on a ship. And that's its job. And so the sacrifices I make for that is it's not going to be super duper fast. It's not going to be super duper, have a huge capacity and be able to take a bunch of people. You know, so it has those drawbacks so that you don't just have one vehicle use 100% of the time, you know. So we'll keep an eye on this temp. We're already up at 70. Sometimes it levels off. We'll see. So you notice how, like, I'm having to, like, oversteer. I'm having to, like, steer back and forth. That just means that the either the sensitivity of my seat or the p-value is too high on the controller. Likely the p-value. I should probably dampen it a little bit. Sure I got the snow blowing done, because cities soots. Alright, I should not be texting and driving, but that's why I was all over the place. How's it going there, X-Horus? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Testing out the new key van here, so. Yeah, see, we're already at 110. We're going to overheat. That's the problem, is air cooling is tough to get to work. What's our speed? We're doing 52. Happy with the speed, but we're going to overheat here in a second, which sucks. So I need to come up with a better... See, this is the issue I have with the way the devs set up cooling, is they made certain things the only way to do it, and it's kind of sucks. Like, like some people run ridiculous numbers. They'll do like 35 RPS and stuff like that, and they'll really out-rev their engines, and they won't gear at all. But like, see, I must have overheating off. But you know, like this is at a reasonable RPS. You know, what is it? Let's say 1200. 1200 worst case scenario. 1200. So we're talking 20. I could have done that in my head. But so we're talking 20 RPS. So that is high. 20 is pretty high. But and we are on the arid biome. That's why I test here. This is the hottest place. But you know, the cooling still should work. Like, I'm putting 126 liters per second of air through the air cooler. I'm also putting 400 liters per second of water through the air cooler. And that should be able to cool this engine, and it's not. And that's kind of sucky that they really do need to go back and do a balancing pass, because there's no reason why, like, everybody's like, oh, just use an electric radiator, just use an electric radiator, just use an electric radiator. That's super boring to me, the meta of, like, just use X, X is the answer. It's like, no, we have X, Y, Z, W, B, and T. You know, each of those should have their own pluses and minuses. Yeah, most of my... Oh, how's it going there, officer? Yeah, I have, like, very limited problems cooling. Here, let me quickly save this, and I'll show you, like... like, here, I'll show you. Like, let's see, Mac R Wrecker. So here's, like, the Mac R Wrecker, officer. One of the reasons I bring this is I can open the hood. So let's open the hood. So, like, these trucks have just... This is not even a 5x... Oh, Jesus Christ. What happened? Oh, the hood hit something. The hood hit something. I see this all the time on Reddit too. People are like, oh, look at the stupid physics of Stormworks. It's like, no, you put... Any game will do this. Like, for example, Grand Theft Auto used to have this problem, is the trains were immovable. And if you tried to smash two trains together, the game would crash. And the reason is, you know, you're putting two immovable objects next to each other. Like, see what's happening there? That is what's going on. So it has nothing to do with the physics of the game. It's trying to break the blocks apart. It's trying to take a couple immovable objects. So no wonder the game freaks out, you know, and that's the issue. But anyways, look at this. That's a 3x3 electric radiator. Okay, that's it for this truck. You know, the thing that a lot of people are having issues with cooling is, you know, it's easy. Well, let's put it this way. It's easy in a big build. Like, I'm struggling with that little build to get it to cool. This is a piece of cake. And the reason this is a piece of cake is I don't need to stress this engine. This engine is oversized. It's very, very powerful. And so that tiny little 3x3 radiator is more than enough. Like, literally right now, that 3x3 radiator, it might not even be on. And look at the temperature. The temperature is not moving. It's moving by 4 decimal places. That's how much this temperature is moving. I could drive literally indefinitely. I could drive constantly and never overheat in this truck. I'm curious if the radiator fan's even on. I can't see in there, but I bet you the radiator is not even on. And so, you know, something big like this is a piece of cake to cool, especially a truck, because yes, you might be doing a long highway run where you constantly have it floored, but often the other thing you can do is when you take a turn, what do? You lift off the accelerator pedal. Well, now look at what happens to the temperature. Temperature starts to get ready to go down, you know, because you're not revving up anymore. And then here we go again. Now, the reason why the temperature actually didn't go down was because the radiator's not on. If the radiator was on and it was pumping, it would go down, but it's currently... I usually set my radiators, they don't come on until 100 degrees, so... But, so, like, something like this is a piece of cake to cool. The problem is you get into something small, and it's actually not that hard to cool... Like, I could... Here, let's do a test. Where's the van? The key van. Alright, so let's really quickly grab the ass off of this again. Cut that off. Put that over here. Alright, so, like, really quickly, let's do this. Let's see. Get rid of symmetry. So like this should be pretty easy to cool like so. Alright, so like if I did that, these are pretty good. They're not the best of the best, but these radiators are pretty good at cooling. So we can run a test. We can run a couple tests and see what we would need to actually keep this cool. Now, like I said, this is only a 2-cylinder motor in this, and because it's only a 2-cylinder motor, we have the issue with... I put the brakes back on. Okay. We have the issue with this with a 2-cylinder motor that it needs to rev up high. This has to go at 20. Like that tractor, the Mac R wrecker I was just driving, I think that goes up to like, I don't know, maybe... I was probably going at like 7, 8 RPS. So it was very low RPS because I had enough space to put a huge engine in it. You know, so that's the main issue, you know. So they definitely do, they absolutely 100% need to do a cooling pass. You know, and I'll make a video at some point about it. Like they were receptive to when 454 did a video on what do you call it, fishing. They like the ideas of that. Can't tell. I can't see if that's pumping. I should have checked it stationary. Well, we'll see how the cooling comes on this. Let's actually turn on overheating. Where is it? Vehicle damage, engine overheating. Okay. You know, if I put an electric radiator on here, this would cool fine. But that's the thing that kind of annoys me is they make it so that like there is one answer for it, and they almost got there. Like if you look at the electric radiators are the most expensive. 5x5 electric radiator is the most expensive cooling apparatus, and it should be, right? You have a core, you have a tube core with fins, and then you have an electric fan on it. So there's a lot of components there. It's pretty in depth. You need to have special machinery to bend the foils that thin. So it's an expensive process, and you have to put some, not necessarily exotic metals, but some expensive metals into a radiator like that. This radiator here, IRL, this would be pretty cheap because you're using just the airflow over it. You don't need the fan, and then it has big, thick fins on it, so you know you don't need a special machine to extrude and fold the foils, and so you don't really need. So this doesn't need to be expensive. So they did a good job with balancing. Like this is probably going to have overheating problems here. We'll see. We'll see. We're only at 60. We're definitely cooler than we were. We were probably 70 or 80 at this point last time. So we're definitely running cooler. And so the electric radiators are the most expensive dollar-wise by a lot. Like a 5x5 is pretty expensive compared to any sort of air cooling. Air cooling is like dirt cheap. That air cooler I had in there was 15 bucks. The electric radiator would have been, I think, hundreds. Definitely hundreds. And so the problem is the devs need to make it so that it is balanced a little bit better. Is the electric radiator should be the most efficient for the space. But it shouldn't, like, and it isn't. Like the 5x5 radiator is not the best cooling apparatus. The best cooling is the liquid air, the biggest one, the 9x5, I think. I'll show you my test for that. But the problem is it's only like, I don't know, 2% better, and it takes up a lot more space. So it's not really worth it. It is worth it, say, in a ship, because you can put that in there, and, you know, it would save you a lot of money. But that's about the only use case. And so I think they need to do a balancing pass. Let's see if I overheat this sucker. I'm definitely running cooler than I was, I think. We hit 105 around the corner up here, so we'll see. But like this here cools better than that air cooler, which makes sense, and it should. But they need to boost that stuff because right now, unfortunately, a lot of the parts are pretty much useless. And there shouldn't be any parts that are useless. You know, and so what they should be doing is the air coolers should, you know, the air coolers right now are very cheap. They take up a bunch of space. They need to have a way so that we can cool very tiny vehicles. I put in a feature request for what do you call it, air-cooled cylinders. And so instead of having 4 sides where you can connect nodes, you would have 2 sides you can connect nodes, and then 2 sides would have cooling fins on them, and they would ambiently cool as long as you're moving. The same way as a scoop works. So as long as the vehicle is moving and there's airflow over it, the scoop will even read wind, then the cylinders will cool. Let's see where we're at here. So like, see right now, we're only at 78. We're at 124 degrees with the air cooling setup. That's the problem, is they made the air cooling almost useless. You know, and that's not great. You know, that's not great design. Is it already takes up a lot of space to get it in there and running. To make it useless is no fun either, you know. So like, let's see if we overheat with this. We're starting, you notice that the temperature is still rising, but it's starting to slow down. Sometimes it'll get to the point where it just slows down and stops heating. So, and then the other thing is, like, you know, if I drive all the way across this continent, and it's going to take, let's say it takes me 2.5 hours to overheat. Well, that's realistic, man. You've got, you know, if you drove your car across the desert constantly, it would overheat, you know, and so sometimes you have to stop. And you stop for 20 minutes and you get going. Now you got another 2.5 hours in you in the drive through the desert. And so there's no problem with that, that as long as you can cool your car and do the mission, that's fine. You know, like, we're in the hottest part. I think it's perfectly fine gameplay to say, hey, you know, moving around the desert all day, you're going to have to pull back your throttle, you're going to have to slow down, you're going to have to stop every once in a while. That's not terrible gameplay. That's pretty realistic because it gives another character element to this biome. Like, you can already see that before we were overheated. Now, like, see how slowly that's going up? Now, I don't want to, let's see where we're at. We're probably about halfway. We're halfway to here. So I'm not going to go all the way, but likely, like, see how slow, like, I just took my foot off the accelerator, see how quickly we're cooling down? So likely, with this setup, we could go full throttle all the way across from here to here and not overheat. And if I just take my foot off the throttle for a couple seconds there, look at the temp. You know, so now the likelihood that we have to worry about overheating is probably pretty slim. And I also put an overheat protection system in here that will kill the engine so we don't catch on fire. It will just, you know, the engine will start to go, and then I'm like, okay, the engine's dying. All right, pull off to the side of the road, stop, set the brake, you know, shut the engine off, watch the temperature, let it get down to 60 degrees, and then go. So that's not the end of the world, but the problem I have is this. Let's click over the parts. Let's quickly save this. So, like, this is the problem I have, is if we look at the parts, let's do, I'll scroll down. I wish there was like a, what's the headline? Fluid. The headline is fluid instead of cooling, but it's fine. So, like, if we look at these parts, let's actually bring up my cooling example here. So, like, there's a cooling test I did here. And so, like, these are all identical setups with different cooling apparatus. And so if you look here, we have a heater. So I'm actually using the heater to heat the water. And so this does work. You can use a heater to heat the water. So let's, I need infinite electricity on for this one. Turn that on. So let's turn all our heaters on. And so again, frankly, the way I think this should be run is this should be the most efficient heater, or the most effective heater, this one here. And it is, frankly. This big heat exchanger is, this will cool down the most, but it's a tiny bit better than the 5x5. So this is how you get metas in games, and why, you know, they're terrible, is this thing here takes up 5x5 space, right? So 25 blocks. Plus, then you have to add some, you know, ports on here. But the cooling apparatus by itself is 5x5, right? This over here is 9x5. All right. So this one, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, you know, 9 by 5 is 45, so you're talking another 20 blocks. So this should be, you know, almost, oh, I don't know, what, 40% more efficient? This should be 40% better at cooling than that. But it isn't. It's a tiny bit better. So now all the heaters are on. So the heaters are going to heat up the water. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn on the system here. So, all right, so this one's on. All right, and then what we can do is, I have some valves here. I did testing with the valves. All right, we can change this a little bit here. See what's going on here. Trying to remember how I had this set up. It's been a little while since I played with this. So actually, I think I want this wide open here. Let me check it. All right, so I think this is the ideal setup. Let's check it. So what I want to do is just let these run for a bit and let the temperature stabilize. So let that one stabilize. 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 I don't think I have the valves going anymore. Let's see. Yeah, they start at 1. Okay. So these are my test setups. So I'll let it run for a little bit, but this one should probably be pretty close to leveling out. So this right here, the 2993, that's the temperature in the room. So in the arid biome, it's 29.993 right here. All right, so that's what the outside temperature is, okay? And we're at 36.6769, so about 36.7 right there, okay? This is the temperature over here. Again, this demonstrates to you that the heater is actually heating things up. It's at 67 degrees. All right, come over here. 67 degrees, okay. We'll see where this one levels out at. 34.8 and dropping. So I think this is the one we want to read. 34.6. Because this one here, this one is going from this air-liquid heat exchanger into an air-air heat exchanger. This is a double setup to cool even further. So this chills the air out even more. So we're down to 34.38. And this is 36. So all that extra space, we get a whopping 2 degrees. So that's 36.7. This one's a little bit, you know, so it's a little bit more than 2 degrees. So you notice this one's at 34.27. We have a little bit more than 2 degrees of temperature is colder on this one. Over here, we're down to 34.29. So as you can see, pretty much identical to this one. A little bit hotter than that one on this one. So what that tells me is this air heat exchanger is useless. Again, useless. Why use this at all? It's big, it's cumbersome, there's no reason, right? You could use this tiny one and you are running colder. You know, so right there, that's telling you, yep, and it's by, you know, this one's 4 degrees colder, or 0.04 degrees colder than this, to add all this extra stuff. So this is even worse. Coming over here, this is a big setup. I'll show you everything, but this is 3185. This is the best setup that I found. So if you look at this setup here, this one here, we'll go through it. So it pumps through from the tank, it goes through a liquid-liquid heat exchanger. All right, and you can see the differential. You have a 37.5 on one side and a 40 on the other. It then goes from there into the air-liquid heat exchanger. It's pulling in 32 degrees, and it's pushing out 31 degrees. And then this one vents the hot air right out there. And then this goes into a second stage. So it no, it doesn't go in a second stage. This here is the liquid section. So the liquid section is actually backed by another air-liquid heat exchanger, and that's actually cooling this side of the liquid-liquid. So this setup here is 3184. So this is the coldest setup, but it's not by a lot. You know, we're talking, what, 5 degrees at most? So this is 5 degrees colder than the 5x5, and look how much more space and complexity it takes up, and electricity, and weight. And so that's the problem, is this thing here, as far as I'm concerned, should be like double the cooling capacity of that. So if you want to put something on your ship, you put this on, it takes up double the space, but it's doubly efficient. And so where's the balance point? Well, the balance point is the price. So like if we look at the price of this, so like let's figure out the price here. So all right, so let's do 38,650. 38,650. I'll write that down. 38,650. 38,650. All right, and so let's figure out the cost here. So if we add one of these, and let's do pumps because we would need pumps. All right, so that right there is 39,550. 39,550 minus 38,650. So 900 bucks. So this setup is 900 bucks for this cooling setup. Okay, so this is where the balancing point comes in. So now if we take that, come on, stop doing that. Take that and that. I could probably duplicate it. I bet I could just duplicate it. Trying to get just the parts. I don't want to get the extra like runnings of it. But this is cheap. The whole point of this setup is it's cheap. You know, it's going to be heavy, but it's going to be cheap. So we'll copy that. All right, so we're at 39,965 minus 38,650. So we're at 1315. So this here makes this useless, and that's the problem I have with how the devs have this set up, is this should be cheaper, but it isn't. And so in order for me to get an extra 5 degrees, which is inconsequential, I have to spend an extra, what was that, 415 bucks? So I have to spend considerably more to, you know, there's a couple parts I could get rid of, like I can get rid of that. That's not really part of it. That can go, let's see, where are we at now? 3605. So you see we're still more expensive to run this. So this is better at cooling than this, but it's not justifiable. There's no price justification for it. There's no space justification for it. There's no mass justification for it. There's no justification for it. There needs to be a justification to use every part in the game. So there should be a reason to use this setup. And it should be because it's cheap. This should be dirt-ass cheap, or it should be ultra-efficient. Now, I would actually go in the direction of ultra-efficient. Let this be 900 bucks, and then let this be 1315, but this should be doubly as effective. So this should cool twice as well as that. So it takes up a lot of space, it's very heavy, and it is expensive, but it cools twice as well as this. This is the problem, is this is useless. I can't even think of a use case for this. There's no use case for it because you're not cooling effectively enough to make it worthwhile. Now, you know, to get, you know, so if this was doubly as cool, right? Let's say that cools twice as well. Well, now it will cost you $1,800 in 5x5s to cool as well as this. So to match this cooling setup, it would cost you $1,800. And then this one would be $1,315. So now this becomes the economical, reasonable use case for, say, a ship or a large vehicle. Is this would be what you would want to put in your ship, or, you know, some sort of land vehicle or even a facility, because this is going to be much more, you know, economical on a dollar and cents size. So like in a place where you don't care about it taking up a lot of space or being heavy like a ship, you would want to go with this. Now the problem is, because the game is set up with this meta where, oh, I want the best cooling, so I just go like this, and now we have the best cooling possible. That's boring as shit. You know, we should be able to come up with systems like this. Like, this is an elaborate system that cools better than that, but there's no benefit to it, which sucks. Like, I'm only getting 5 degrees. If this would go down to 36 degrees and this would go down to 15 degrees, I'd be happy to pay the extra money. I'd be happy to account for the extra mass, and I would be happy to account for the extra space because I'm able to get really, really good cold temperatures with this setup. And that's the problem, is the devs essentially have made it so that only the radiators are far and above the best coolers for every condition, and that sucks. Is, you know, the big stuff should be the best coolers, period. The bigger it is, the better it is. And then you get into, you know, the radiators. The whole point of a radiator is it's compact, and you pay for that compact nature. You're paying in dollars. And so this should be expensive, but we get good cooling in a small package. And then in order to match this cooling, we would need $1,800 for this, and these two here match this here. And so that way you say, okay, well, let's say I have a truck and I need a lot of cooling. It's going to cost me a lot of money because I can't fit this in here. So yeah, you sacrifice by paying a lot of money. And that's the problem, is there's no good balancing point in this with cooling in the game. Let's read some chat. It's a Japanese van, X-Horse. It's based off the Honda Acti. So let's see, I'll bring up the Acti. It's a Japanese key van. So here's the, this is the Acti van it's based off of. That's it right there. Yeah, generally I don't start my cooling till 100 degrees. I want my cooling up to 100. I want my engine up to 100 degrees, and I start my cooling at 100. Yeah, like Bessler's saying, you know, cooling ships right now is broken. Period. And like I've said, I would fully say that is a broken part of the game right now. You can do it, but I would say that's a broken part of the game. It's why I advocate for just shutting off engine overheating instead of rebuilding your system. Is I can't imagine the devs are going to keep this permanently in this state, because what the problem right now is the fluid ports. The fluid ports are our main problem right now with what's going on, and this has been well understood, I think, you know, for these weeks, month, couple, you know, it's probably the week. We'll say weeks. They've been doing balancing passes, but for weeks we've been kind of understanding that the limiting factor right now is the fluid port. So like if we take a box here, let's grab another one here. And we take two boxes and we cut some vents in. All right, so put a couple gas relief valves on here. We'll go ahead and we will put a fluid port on there. Take a pump. So right now the problem we're having, which I think is a broken problem with the game, which they need to fix, which I'm sure at this point they know. People have told them 100 times. It's all over the bug tracker. But, you know, a lot of these things will seem simple to people. They're like, oh, just do this, just do that. Well, the problem is they're trying to balance 10 different things. And so by quote-unquote fixing one thing, they break something else. And so I have a little bit of sympathy for that, because it's like, you know, you have a lot of the sinking ship community right now who are pissed off that sinking ships is slower. Well, I think the reason why they did that was, if you remember a few weeks ago, it was making a terrible air noise in moon pools. And any type of moon pool you had was making a terrible wind noise, and it was the air pressure getting stuck in the door. And the reason was the air pressure and the water were both trying to get through the door at the same time, and they were jamming up and they were clogging. And so what they did was they changed the rate of fluid intrusion into a room, I think by 100th. So it's down, it's 1/100th of what it used to be. So the problem is ships, or what do you call it? Boats are sinking very slowly now. And so for the sinking community who love to do that, that's currently not working very well. And so likely I would say the fluid port has something tied in with that, where they reduce the rates of transfer, and there are some negative consequences to that. So they have to come up with a solution that fixes it so that we don't have too much airflow going through doorways when we try to go through a doorway, and that we can also transfer fluid effectively. So it's, I don't have a simple solution for that. So like right now, so we have water in here, we have nothing in just air in there. So the problem right now is we have a fluid port issue here. So like it started out pretty strong, but it's starting to go down, down, down. And this will just continually go down. Now I do have a vent on there, so that's letting air out, 20 liters per second of air. But the fluid ports are right now the limiting factor. They're really slowing things down. So even though you should be able to push hundreds of liters per second with this pump, the fluid port is currently the limiting factor. And so the big thing that's broken for a lot of people's stuff is their liquid cooling on their ships. Now, frankly, you shouldn't be cooling your ship with raw water cooling, but the reason why people did it was because the stuff's not balanced correctly. And because the cooling is not balanced correctly, a lot of us resorted to raw water cooling for certain builds. And then when they changed the fluid ports, it broke the cooling. And so again, personally, it doesn't bother me. I go in here, if my ship was designed that way and currently it's not working in game, I shut off overheating, I enjoy the game, and then when it's fixed, I will turn overheating back on after I fix my system, because I don't let it bother me. But some people, let it bother them. But let's see if this is running. I gotta turn Triton all the way on here, so Triton takes a second. But Triton has a compound cooling system. So Triton's cooling system is it does it a couple ways. So let's get Triton powered up. So, like, I have no problem cooling Triton. I have no problem operating Triton, let's put it that way. I have to slow down by 1 knot because it will overheat. It automatically does that. I don't have to worry about it. It automates it. It automatically slows itself down. But this is this is all Triton's cooling. That's cooling there, and then I have actual radiators hidden under here, because radiators are bullshit, and you wouldn't have radiators in a ship. But, so, like, these are my main liquid heat exchangers. They won't be on right now. We'll go turn the ship on so they come on. But that's the problem, is a lot of this cooling is screwed up because of the fluid ports. And so they need to fix that. And hopefully they'll get to it soon, but, again, it's not an easy thing. I don't have any simple solutions. How do you balance all these things? Balance is the hardest part of a game, is to try to get it balanced so that this group is not, at too much of an advantage. This group is not at too much of a disadvantage. It's like thinking about, like there was some comments, some jackass on Reddit, and they were like, so I answered somebody's question. They were like, why is their tank clogging? We went over that yesterday, essentially, why, the tanks are clogging, and how you just need an air relief valve and it gets rid of it. And so I put a comment of, the devs said that they added, compression to liquids. And somebody had this rude comment of like, devs are stupid, why can't they just fix it right? Well, it's not about fixing it right. It's about making the game work in a way that the average person can understand in a reasonable amount of time. And so, like, a bunch of people will ask for this game to be quote-unquote realistic. Dude, if this game was 100% realistic, how many people could play? The audience would be so small because you would need to have a degree in engineering to just be able to start to play. Like, imagine if you had to do engine timing, like you had to do camshaft timing, you had to do valve timing, you had to do, thing like actually get the air ratios correct. You had to build the stroke and bore the cylinders. Like, that is all realistic stuff. But how many people, like, say, oh, I don't do modular engines, they're too hard for me. how many people would say, oh my god, this game is impossible? And so they have to compromise on certain elements. They have to make it less realistic so that more people can enjoy the game, and there's a balancing act, right? They don't want to make it so simple that it's like put engine on car, car drive, yay. But they also don't want to make it so that you have to go stop what you're doing, go get a 4-year degree, and come back to play, you know? So it's a balancing act. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the cooling on this. I should put a waypoint on here. We're not going to hit anything, hopefully. All right, famous last words. So like the cooling on this, so this is the big problem that a lot of people are having, is the fluid ports are just not letting enough liquid through. We used to be able to get 75, 75. Before that, I think we could do like 150, 150, 150, something like that. And so the problem now is we have very low liters per second. If you look there, fluid A is 10.42, okay? This is the fluid port going outside, if I can reach it. So this is the other thing, like back in the day when I'd have to show everybody how to make cooling loops is you used to have to fight the water pressure. You still do to a certain extent, but that's why it's up there, is to fight water pressure. But if we look here at the exchangers, we're only getting 10.4 liters per second. Well, before the pressure update, I used to get 75, 75. All right, and so you notice we're now down to what? You know, a seventh of what it used to be. And so it does not cool as well as it used to. Now, I could spend 40 hours, rip everything out, cry and bitch and complain, or I could just wait. And that's what I've chosen to do, is wait. You know, I'm going to wait. It still works. You know, system works fine, but it's not perfect, and it is going to need a balancing pass. So I would say they're going to do a balancing pass at some point. You know, but it's just not here yet, you know. And that's the main thing. And so this is how you should be cooling a ship, because you don't want to be putting salt water through your engine. You really don't. There's a reason why this is how they cool ships IRL. They take water from the ocean, they put it through a jacket here, and then they send it out. And then they put the water from the engine, they put it through the other side of the jacket, and they put it through so that you get clean coolant going through that does not corrode your engine. And then the corrosive salt water just goes shooting right through, and you put sacrificial anodes inside of these, and it's much cheaper to replace one of these heat exchangers than it is the engine. You know, so that's why they do that. So, like, I would have no problem if the dev said, hey, you know, we're completely doing a paradigm shift, no more raw water cooling. It's not realistic. You would be putting salt through your engine. You know, most people it's not going to matter, because this is what they do. They go drive for 40 minutes, and then they despawn their vehicle, and magically everything's fixed. So for most people, they can still operate perfectly, no problem. But, you know, the thing is, if the devs say that, they say, hey, you know, no raw water cooling, we need to use liquid heat exchangers, they need to make sure they work properly. So that's the caveat there. Let's finish up some chat here. Yes, exactly. So the cooling in the ship is they need to fix it. It's broken. You know, that's the issue right now. So they need to fix it. Now, steering wheel on the right's Japan. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I do cooling for my diesels at 100. Is my understanding as well is that the diesel engines run most efficiently at 100 degrees. Sometimes you'll notice they change the smoke a little bit, but you used to notice that your engine would smoke up, and then when you hit 100, it would start to not smoke, and you'd get up to your higher levels of efficiency at higher temperature, which is realistic. You don't want to be, if you're putting around in a diesel and it's cold out and the engine's cold, it's going to be smoky. Once it gets up to operating temperature, it stops smoking and starts to be more efficient. Ah, yes, I see what you're saying. Yep. Yeah, I did the math wrong. I did a slice of it. I didn't do the other 5. Yep. Basilisk is correct. 225 blocks for that. So, like, that would be the way I would like to see them do it for a size balance. So, if the 9x5 is 225 blocks, it should be 10 times as powerful at cooling as the 5x5. You know, that would make sense. You know, again, looking at the prices are already fine for this stuff. Let's see. Like if we look at the, so if we look at this, that is $700 for a 5x5. All right, a 9x, where is it here? Here's a 9.5 right here. 9.5 is $150. So this is much cheaper. And I talked about this before. Like this is a super simple. It's essentially a box with some pipes through it. That's it. You know, this is really fine, thin wafer tubes going through. It has electric fan in there. It has a thermocouple in there. It has you know, all sorts of electrical components in order to a thermostat to be able to turn the fan on and off. You know, so and it's compact, so you're paying for that compact nature of it. This is big and heavy. This weighs 225. This weighs 25. So this weighs, you know, a lot more than this, and it takes up a lot more space. It should be a lot more efficient at cooling, but it isn't, and that's the problem. That's what annoys me with it, is that needs a balance. This are pretty much useless in game, and that I don't think any part should be useless. And like just changing a couple numbers in these would make these useful again. You know, and when people say, "Oh, I can't cool my X, Y, or Z," okay, well, you know, add an air cooling loop in there, or put in an air cooler. Like, "Oh, I can't cool my ship." All right, well, put in a heat sink. A heat sink should be a very efficient way to cool a ship. You know, that's what these are designed for, is cooling a ship. You put this heat sink in the water, and then you pump the engine coolant through it, and it's very effective at cooling. This is why most ships will use a system like a heat sink to do it. You know, liquids are very efficient. This should be the most efficient for its space. So like, here, let's get out of here real quick. You know, I talked about it before, like, you know, you have two conductors. You know, you have liquid and liquid. They're both good conductors, and so they transfer heat very well. So right here you have, this is liquid. All right, put this next to it. Right, so this liquid exchanger takes up the same footprint, essentially. Not really, because you put pipe on this end and this end, so it actually is another 10 blocks bigger. But they're pretty much the same footprint, or close to being the same footprint. This should be the king of cooling, because you're taking a liquid, which is a good conductor, and another liquid, which is a good conductor, and you're putting them next to each other, and that's easily transferring heat. So this should be the king of cooling. This is taking a liquid and it's passing air over it. Air is an insulator. Air is not a good conductor. So it still works, but it's not very efficient using air to cool something. And so this should be less effective than this. And then this is an air liquid here. So this should be on par as far as it's not as good as liquid, but it should be on par with this air liquid. But it is huge, so because it's huge, it should be efficient, you know. And so that's what I would like to see them do, is just a good balancing pass on that stuff. Let's try to catch up on chat and then move on. Yes. I finally got to it, Basilicious. I just saw your comment there, and it was exactly what I just said. Yeah, liquid is always going to be, it should be the most efficient space-wise, because you have two good conductors. You know, air is not a great. Air is the worst, because they're both insulators. Neither of them takes heat very well, and because neither of them take heat very well, you can't transfer that heat all that well. You know, so that's you know, like for example, you know, let's say you're sitting in a room with an air conditioner, right? The air conditioner is taking air through, taking air from outside. It's passing it over coils with, it's both liquid and gas, but they're compressing the gas enough to turn it into a liquid, and then they're decompressing it again. And so, anyways, it's effectively a liquid air cooler, and then it puts this cold air into the room to chill you down. And you're essentially liquid, right? We're mostly water. We're liquid. Okay, and so now what would be the most efficient way to cool us down on a hot day. Okay, now you sit us in a tub of water, and you have the same air conditioner, and instead what it does is it passes the water that you're sitting in over the coolant, over the cooling fans, not fans, fins, over the cooling fins, and that would be the most effective way to cool you down in the summer. You know, doing a liquid-liquid, you know, you're liquid, so doing a liquid-liquid heat exchange for yourself is going to be the most efficient. An air conditioner is you being the liquid, and it's blowing out cold air. That's air liquid. So the most effective is still you jumping in a cold body of water. That's going to be the most effective to cool you down. So, yep, absolutely. It's funny. I just got the Basilisk comment, and I just had said that. I'm just reading some chat here, guys. Yeah, like Basilisk is saying, did some testing with his airplane, and it completely flooded within 30 seconds. The problem, you know, listen, I legitimately don't pick on this content. Like, it's not for me, and just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's bad. But there is some content where, like, people just love to take a ship that they got off the workshop and they like to sink it. Okay, great. It's not for me, but, you know, it's fine. But what they want to do is they want to do these, they want to push a button and they want doors to open and they want water to come in and they want to sink it. Well, that's really not what the game's about. It is an element of the game, but it's not the main thing. And so these people are skirting what the main thing of the game is, which is building, which is fine, but they have to understand that that's going to take precedence. The main thing of the game is going to take precedence. And so they did make some changes to how fast things flood. Well, some of the community is annoyed because that is their primary form of enjoyment. So I understand their complaints, you know, but I think, you know, they just need to have a little patience and hopefully things get balanced a little bit better, you know. But I think it's reasonable. Like, I legitimately did a test the other day. Like, you know, we keep getting these declarative statements that are hyperbole of, for example, people saying you can't sink ships anymore. That's exactly what they'll say on Reddit. Is it's impossible to sink ships. It is not. And I did this weekend. This is my flood test. So here's a hull. I'll probably get comments. Can I have that hull? So here's a hull. Okay. I gotta reboot it here because it's already screwed my test up here. All right. So real simple here. We have a bunch of sliding electric doors. It is flooding already. What the hell's oh, it's impellers. That's why. Okay, I put impellers on here. So let's do this here. I need to fix this. This has impellers on it, so it will flood if I don't do this. So let's go like this. All right, so we'll add valves to this. So this is my flood test here. That should be out, right? Is that out? Out. Okay, yep, that's correct. All right. All right, so here's my flood test. Let's go ahead and we'll plumb up this button to these. Because the impellers, they leak. That's why they're good for superchargers, is they let air through when you start your engine. You don't have to have a valve. All right, so let's look at this. So we have air here. So we have 286,000 liters of air in there, and we have 0 liters of water. When I press the button, it's going to open all these vents, which is going to let air escape. So that's my main air venting. And we have one door under here that's going to let water in. Plus, we have these impellers that are going to piss water in here. Okay. So this is the system. The problem we have now is air does not escape fast enough. Now, my guess, why did the devs make it so air escapes more slowly? Well, this wasn't their original plan. When it first came out, if you remember, every time you'd spawn a ship in, it would make a terrible wind noise. And that was the air escaping. And so I think what they did was slow it down so that that didn't happen anymore. So they fixed one problem, and unfortunately, it cropped up another one. And so it's a compromise. They had to fix problem A at the expense of B. So, like, press the button. You notice the air is coming out. The water is coming in. All right. But at some point, we're going to get an imbalance where we have more water coming in than air going out, or vice versa. Now, people will say, oh, you cannot sink. Bullshit. You can sink. As you can see, we already have 11,000, 12,000 liters of water in this ship. Eventually, once this ship fills up with water, it will sink. You know, but look at the water, look at the air going out, right? So the air is going out at a certain rate. The water is coming in at a certain rate. You know, and this happens in real life. You know, you'll have people act like, you know, this doesn't happen in real life. If you have let's say this area here is a sealed compartment in your ship, and there's a watertight door here, and the rest of the ship floods, well, guess what? This is going to be full of air, and it's going to keep your ship from going into water. You know, that happens in real life, too. So, what are these running at? Like, see, this is one of your problems here. Look, I have these big impellers. These are turning fast, and I'm only getting 10.3 liters per second. This is the problem currently with fluid ports. They're only pushing about 10.3 liters per second. So before, when we used to be able to piss out 175 liters per second, now in certain situations we can piss out like 500 liters per second. They're just the fluid ports from the ocean. It's mainly an ocean problem. Because you notice, like, if you do tank to tank, you can actually get them to go pretty fast. But the problem we're currently getting is it's only 10.3. Like, the amount coming through here, the water is coming through here, but it's slow. And so the other guess I would make is that part of the reason the devs did what they did was because people wanted moon pools. And so this allows you to have moon pools. You know, the ability to easily have air go in and out. If you remember, like, the first couple days when I was doing testing with moon pools, they were being a little funky because of how fast the air would go in and out. You had that really loud air noise. Well, that loud air noise was annoying people, so they tried to fix this, but when they fixed that, they broke another thing, you know? So it's going to take a while to get this worked out so that, and never going to make everybody happy. All right, let me catch up here. I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, but I think that's reasonable, you know. They're working on it, man. It takes time, you know. There's so many different audiences for this game that, you know, they're trying not to completely say, hey, Bob, you no longer have any gameplay at all. You know, what they're trying to say is, Bob, your gameplay might be a little bit different than you used to, so that Jim can have his gameplay, you know, and that's what's going to happen, and they're going to have to come up with a balance, you know. And at the end of the day, I know a lot of people don't like to hear this about gaming in general, but it's not your game, it's the devs' game. They make the game, they make the choices. And, you know, it's not a popularity contest. They're making the game they want to make, and you can it's either the game for you or it isn't, frankly. That's what I love with Tarkov, is Nikita's like, nope, this is my game, and this is how I want to do it, you know. And that's what you need. You can't have, you know, a game by committee, really. I'm just reading chat real quick, guys. I'll get back to building here. Yep, yeah, like Basilisk is talking, like drag racing cars use liquid charge coolers. That is the best way to cool it. But, you know, I think Basilisk brought this up before too, is you can't do that IRL because, for example, you would need to chill down the liquid. So say, for example, let's say you could, let's say you were going to do this for your car going to work and you only have a 20-minute commute. Piece of cake. You plug your cooler into a chiller overnight, or you take, even easier, you take a bunch of liquid nitrogen and you pour it in there right before you go to work. You drive to work, you open up the relief valve on the liquid nitrogen tank, it evaporates. It doesn't. Yeah, it would be evaporation. I guess it would be evaporation. Yeah, it would be evaporation. It boils, but it evaporates. The nitrogen would boil while you're in at work, and it would evaporate. Then let's say you go and you get another tank of liquid nitrogen from work, you pour it in your cooler and you drive home. That would be the best cooling for your car, but you know, it'd be extremely expensive. So what do? We do the less efficient method of, we have plenty of air around, let's just use that to cool it off. And for the most part, it works, you know, and it's cheap. Yeah, like Manda's saying, he's playing multiplayer, no problem. You know, it's again, you know, you'll have people who have absolutely abysmal PCs, and abysmal internet, and then they'll blame a game for it. And it's like, it's not really that. Like, people will be like, oh, I'll tell them, like, I have, like, literally very few problems in game. And they're like, that can't be true. And it's like, it is true. I have a very good PC. The one thing a lot of people you'll see is they go to here, their physics detail, they set it to auto or low. They set it auto or low. Well, what you're saying is when you set your physics anything other than high, you're saying, I am willing to let the game run worse because I has potato. That's what you're saying. And so when you set this to anything other than high, high is the way the physics is intended to run. So you have a lot of people say, I'll put one of my cranes on Reddit or something. They'll be like, oh, how do you make a crane? Every crane I make, the arm can never go up. And I ask them, first question, is your physics set to high? And they go, no. And that's why, is you've said to the game, hey, don't work as well. Make fewer physics calculations because my PC is potatoes. And that's the compromise you're making. And, you can't expect the game to run well when people go in here on every game, they'll take all the graphics and they'll put it down to low and they'll say it looks like shit. Well, of course it does, And they say, yeah, but it runs slow when I put it on high. Yeah, because it's now your problem. You just don't have a good enough PC, and that sucks to hear, but it's the truth sometimes, All right, let's see. People who say stuff like that on Reddit only try workshop creation, declare it doesn't work, first try. Yep. There are a couple people who I'm like, I roll my eyes at on Reddit right now, is like, they act as though every part of the game is unplayable. They act as though, like, you literally can't boot the game. I literally stream, like, I took about a week off, but I literally stream every day for multiple hours. I play the game every day, and I have very few problems. Like, there are some things, sure, absolutely. We talked about them. I don't hide them, right there. We just went over. The fluid ports are artificially low, and that breaks a lot of creations. Okay, yeah, but you could go on Reddit and rant and rave and complain and bitch on Steam, or you could go like this, and then go play and enjoy the game. And some people, the main game for them is complaining. And it's like, you have the option. Shut it off, go play the game, Like, if I really wanted to play with my minivan here, and, like, the cooling is being obnoxious, I could shut cooling off if I wanted. But, we're pretty good. So anyway, let's get back to this van. That was a good little sidebar on that. But, that's the main thing I see with some of the cooling stuff, is it needs a balancing pass. It's not bad. It's just not perfect. All right, so like we just did a run with this. This one radiator here is enough. Now, see, again, and it frustrates me because I really want to take this. This is how you would do one of these type of vans. Like the old Volkswagen, I actually don't know if, let's check, I'll check the mini trucks, see if they're air-cooled. Acti specs. I have to look at it. I haven't checked one in a while, but we'll check them and see what they have for a system. But I think the old Volkswagen buses were air-cooled. The Volkswagen was very, they did a lot of air cooling for a very long time. Let's see if we can find the engine. See, they've been doing these for many years. This is one of the newer models of Acti, which I think is hideous looking. This is the model. This model is just beautiful. The first gen is just gorgeous little car. Here's one of the Acti Streets. This is an 80s one. These were really cool design there. Look at the curb weight, 1,300 pounds. That's awesome. 590 kilograms. I wonder, let's look at mine really quick. What's that weigh? Mine weighs more than the real one. That's pretty funny, but not by much. It's really close. All right, let's find that again. Where are you at there, guy? So I'm trying to find the... the second generation is probably one of my favorites, the 90s. The way it works in the U.S. is you can import something over 20 years old. You can import anything you want. So we get a lot of these imported in the U.S. I really want to buy one of these. You can get them for like, you can get a good one for like 10 grand. You can get them like 7 to 10 grand. You can get a really good one. But you can import these. The problem is, and why they don't make them is like, look at how close you are to the crash. So like if you were on a highway and you got into a tangle with a semi, you are a piece of, you're like a jar of spaghetti, you know, so that's no good. All right, yeah, let's look at it. So this is the Honda, this is the Honda E07 engine. This is the engine that's in that truck. It's a, I believe a 3-cylinder. Yeah, here's 3-cylinder gas, 656 cc's. To put that in perspective, my motorcycle is 1800 cc's. Yeah, one of my motorcycles, 1800 cc's. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if this is air cooled or liquid cooled. I should be able to, I bet it's liquid. Let me see. I'm trying to see. I think that's probably, trying to see. I think that's cooling harness there. I'm trying to see if I can see the cooling pump. It's hard to see it. Yeah, this could be a cooling pump here, but I can't tell. I can't see enough of it to see. Like, this looks like cooling pump here. Not cooling pump. This looks like a cooling pipe here, a cooling hose. Looks like cooling jacket there. It's definitely not air-cooled, 100%. Yeah, this is liquid-cooled. There's no cooling fins on. This is 100% liquid-cooled. Yep. But, let's put the but on this. In-game, we're doing air-liquid, so it's still a liquid jacket going over the engine, but it is air-cooled liquid, essentially, so. Let's see if we can find. I would say it's definitely a liquid-cooled block, but I doubt it's, you know, you'd have to see how it's being cooled from there. Yeah, Honda P engine definitely has it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. We have some more stuff here. That's probably not going to tell me cooling in here. So the 43 horsepower engine on this model, the model that I tend to like. Yeah, I would say that they're definitely liquid cooled, but I don't know how they're cooled from there, because like you could put a standard air radiator on there. You could put a belt-driven belt-cooled radiator. You could put you know, electric fan on there. So there's a bunch of different ways. So I'm not sure how they're cooling it, but it's definitely liquid cooled. So not that this is a replica, but you know what I'm saying. Yes, I agree with Basilicious. Instead of calling it high-low physics, they should have called it standard reduced. You know, because that tells the person that, hey, you're choosing with your actions to reduce your physics setting. You know, I might be able to slip this engine back one. No, I can't. Okay. I actually might be able to. Let me see what I can do with this. I might be able to get this engine back because I need to get the radiator in the front now. This is a pain in the ass. I could get rid of this. Let me see. All right, so I'm working on this cooling again. Okay, the air can stay. That stays. So I did some work earlier when some of you guys weren't here, but this is the new supercharger for the so the air intake's right there. So let's look and see if we can get in some sort of robust cooling system in here. Like, that's just like one of my pet peeves. Like, I really like coming up with systems, and so like this air liquid heat exchanger here is pretty cool. But literally, I've never used it for anything because, one, the step-offs here, like, this is gratuitous. Why put these step-offs here? It's already a long donger. And that's fine. If this has step-offs and it makes it so it's extra large, no problem with that. But you have to make it work well, and it doesn't. And that's the problem is, like, these are large and in charge, but they just don't cool very well. So that's my main issue with them. All right, let's see. All right, let's go ahead and I put in one of these radiators on the other mini truck, so see what we can do, man. I really don't want to put an electric radiator on there. I just don't want to. It's not my preference at all. Get out of there. I just said I don't want to put an electric radiator on, you scum. This one. I like these old ones. These old ones are my friend. Like, if we can do that, because I need to cool this sucker. It's just, you know, I actually use my vehicles a lot, so I run them around the desert. I do a lot of arid biome, and so because of that, I need to be able to actually run them, you know? Just trying to see where I'm at here. Okay, so let's take this and let's cut that and let's rotate it like that. So let's try to get this cooled, because this is the last step I need to actually get this to work for me, is to cool this bad Johnny down. Let's see, that is the last one there. Okay, so cut you. I want to hack, you know, I want my builds to work. Let's see, we'll get that going there. All right, so that right there is pissing fuel in, so we won't do that. I'm gonna redo fuel. This is an XML block I can take out for now. I'll just do this. Let's cut it out for now. But this is why I like these little builds. These little builds are challenging, you know, and I find that more fun than just like screwing around with a piece of cake build that's just, you know, huge. All right, I'm gonna completely reroute this transmission. So what we'll do is we'll cut this and we'll roll it on its, nope, already dicked it up. All right, there we go. Roll it on its side like that. All right, and then that will fix some of our issues here. All right, so that fixes actually some of our issues pretty well. I need to move the starter, but that's not the end of the world. Okay, starter is going to go on this side likely, so let's put it on the back. So that's like the other thing I like too is, you know, I didn't have any, I might have something, but I don't have many rear engine vehicles, so it's kind of one of the reasons I made this rear engine, was just because I don't have any of it, you know. It's kind of nice to do something different. All right, so that is rerouted here. So we have the transmission moved. So let's move the air intake here. Okay, that will go there. I moved it one too far. Okay. So this will be the supercharger. Let's see, actually. Try putting it here. But kind of fun trying to move things around. It was like one of the things that was really cool with the Big Man Challenge when I was doing the 3-cylinder car, was just very challenging to get everything put in there correctly. Have it work, you know? Likely I'm going to run impellers for some of the pumping. What's that? Okay, that would be right here. That's perfect. That right there? Perfect. All right, that works really well. Hopefully that's an in. Oh, gorgeous. I did something right in a previous life. Let's see what you do there, guy. But yeah, I think it's more fun to like try to have to squeeze stuff in. I wish they would give us some smaller parts, though. I really do. Okay. I'll T-paste this. So this will just give me extra space in case I need it, because I might need it for exhaust. So we'll go like that. You know, like purposely making the engine small and stuff is, I find, fun. It's just more challenging. You know, having a big old honker of an engine, you know, putting a proper gearbox in, I think that's more entertaining to me. It's definitely more entertaining to me, you know. And this should be easier to purge too without having vents all over the place. The scoops, we're having problems with scoops in game. If the wind is up to if the wind is a certain way, the scoops are just not working right. I'm not getting enough flow with the scoop either. I need a lot of cooling in this because this is running consistently at 20 RPS, so I need a good cooler in this. So it's not enough. Like I've done the standard air cooling again. They need to boost the air coolers because you know, I use an ultralights. They're really cool and it's a neat way to cool, but often they make it so it just doesn't work right. All right, so here we are. Let's see. All right, transmission needs to loop. So we'll loop the transmission in here. All right, there's the transmission. We're going to go into the pineapple here. All right, there we go. So that is now connected. All right, so we have the drivetrain is connected. All right, now I need to reconnect. Fuel is going to be redone, so let's pull this out for now. Fuel, I can find a place for fuel, and this has way more fuel than it ever needed, so I don't mind cutting some fuel out. Let's see. I could run an impeller off the axle. I'm trying to see where my seats go up here. Okay, so I want to go all the way back here, so let's try running a belt-driven pump. That's the other paradigm shift that happened with pressure update is now a lot of times running a running an impeller is the king of cooling, frankly. You know, so if you run an impeller, it's really much more efficient. And so they're just like, they're crazy. Like you'll get crazy flow rates. So like I'm talking insane. Like I was doing 500 liters per second on a small impeller of liquid, you know, so you get some high rates on some of them. All right, so I need. Okay, I could run fuel. Let's see where fuel's gonna go. All right, I'm gonna flip this for fuel. Okay, that's fuel there now. All right, so fuel's gonna go there. So I'm likely gonna obscure this. So we'll run it like this. I might put an impeller right on. Let's just do an impeller. I know an impeller is gonna run better. So because I know an impeller is gonna run better, I'm just gonna go with the better choice, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. All right. So let's see. We can put it right there. Yep, perfect. Okay, let's cut it here. So let's cut right here. So you don't need a ton of RPS. 7.2 RPS is about maximum flow rate. So anything more than that is you're not getting any benefit out of it. So like you'll see people trying to like gear way up. Again, you're gonna hit 7.2 and you're gonna hit max. There's no point in going higher than that. You might as well down gear it because that will save you from using the power on your engine. So you know, you're just stressing your engine out for no reason. It's not giving you any benefit, frankly. All right, fuel will go there. Perfect. So this is going to work out well, I think. So. All right, so that is the new cooling loop with an impeller. So impeller should be really good. The other thing I want to do is I had fluid going under the seats. I usually put my equipment storage under the seat, so I was losing that. So now I get that back, which is nice. So like here, we'll put a Fire X in there just for now. Like that. So that's where I usually put my storage. So I was losing that before. Now I don't lose that. So that's back. So that's actually better than it was. Okay. And then I don't need that XML block anymore. Not that I mind having to use an XML block, but... Alright, fuel is going to be a problem, yeah. I moved the drive shaft, and then we have fuel problems here, so I'll have to reroute fuel. Shouldn't be the end of the world. A couple fuel tanks I should be happy with. Let's see where we're at here. Alright, so the drive shaft goes off on the left side here, and then we have to route all the way for fuel over here, so... I need to get the fuel somewhere, so I need to see where we're at here. Let's just, I'm just going to delete all this out, and then I'll work on it. What's that? Are you physics sensor? Can't tell. It is. Okay, that's the physics sensor right there, so I can't cut that. I'm just going to go like this for now, so I know not to cut that. So I might have to go through the seats again. I was hoping not to, but I might have to. Which isn't the end of the world. All right. Need to get to this fuel port, though. Where are we at here? Are you a block? You're a block. You're a block. Okay, gorgeous. That's good. That good. That's perfect. That lets me run. All right. An XML on that if I need to. I'd rather not, though. Let's go down here. So I've been thinking about the next build challenge. Still thinking about it. It's going to be C-based. I have a couple ideas, so, but trying to figure out what timing-wise on it and everything else. Gotta get the timing right. So, let's see, we're hurting on space here. Physics sensor can move, so that will move. Cut you. Doesn't need to be in the center. So. I'll get you blocked in there, guy. Physics sensors there. Alright, so there's our fuel, so we're going to put tanks in. I don't need a ton. I really don't. It's excessive. You know, it's also, like I talk about, you know, wanting to put limitations in. You know, it's good to put limitations in because then, you know, you're like, oh, well, that, you know, that's not a great vehicle for going long distances. I'll use this vehicle, you know. So. Okay. Both sides, perfect. All right. All right, so that joins up there. I need to put in a burp in here as well as that. So let's get that in. I think we'll do driver's side here. We can do, let's do midline. Let's do midline. So we'll do midline here. That's only 2 tanks. I could do 3 if I go that way. So let's go for the 3 tanks. I think it's just, I don't want it to have baby fuel because it decreases how useful it is. So we'll go 3, that's going to hit the tire. So let's go, we can do 3 here. I just need to figure out the burp too. So let's go. Let's see. Physics sensor's gonna move. For now, at least. It's gonna go there. I can put it, I can't put it on the floor, but. Don't need a ton, but I just want to have some. And I also don't want to have, I don't like anything clipping, so I don't want it hitting the wheels. All right, and then this will, okay, perfect. Let's do this. We'll flip this like this. Bingo. All right, this will go like that. Then this will move like so. And then burp goes here. All right, perfect. You know, again, I think that's they made things too big, man. Like we have to add that, which like I don't like them taking away parts. Give us all the parts. Let us do individual things like we want, like this. But give us a fluid port that only lets gas out. Give us a fluid port that only lets liquid out. And then what you do is certain applications we still want to be running this filter here, this gas relief valve. But then for an application like this, I only need one block. That really makes it so that we can build some compact stuff. All right, there we go. So that's pretty good in there. All right, so that's pretty well set up here. All right, good. Exhaust, I can do a cat now. Not that I need it, but I can do a cat. So let's do cat. I gotta fix this linkage for the oh, come on, where is it? Right there. Fuel manifold. I put in a new fuel manifold, so where is it? Right here. Fuel manifold. Beautiful. Get rid of that. Okay, and then this is gonna go in and move. So that's gonna cut and it's gonna go right there. Okay, that's my new XML block to cover the fuel manifold. All right. So it's one reason I want to do that test, that cooling test, drive this around with that radiator, is to make sure this is going to work before I rebuilt it. Doesn't still mean that it's going to work, but I think we're close to where we need to be at least. So, and now I don't need that burp. Do I need the burp there? I didn't put in the cooling manifold. I forgot to do that, but we'll put that in. That's going to go right here. So, all right. That's gonna go right. What's here? I gotta move something. I forgot to put the cooling manifold in, which I usually do. Come on, get out of there, you. Cooling manifold will go there, down. Oh, shit, this is a pain in the ass now. I gotta fix this cooling manifold. I usually do this. I forget to put it in, and then I have to deal with it. I guarantee you, somebody said it in the chat too, like cooling manifold. But, problem is it takes up so much space. I'm trying to be able to XML a block in here. I can still do it. I've got the space for it, but I got to deal with it. All right, let's get rid of you. Okay, there we go. There's the cooling manifold actually in there. I got to burp this too, probably. Ugh. That's the only problem, is it just takes up a ton of space to burp this stuff. So we'll see about burping it. What I could do is loop it into the... I don't want to do that though. I was gonna say I could loop the water through the axle, the drive axle. I could put it there. It's not the worst thing. I could put it right here and go up. Yeah, I could put it here and go up. Okay, where is that? I could go like that. Okay, and then I need to put in... That's going to go back here, and then I need to route it. Okay. Where are we at here for... Where's this going? Where's fuel again? Right here. Okay. Alright, good. So that goes right there. Perfect. Alright, let's hook this fuel in. And just let's hope that this fits correctly. Right, that goes like that. Burp, 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 burp. I need to burp this. I almost have space to burp this too. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to do. Right here. Okay. No, I can't do it there. Shit. Fuel's in the way. Let's see what these are. Okay, these are door panels, so this can move. Let's move all these for now. And let's get a burp in there. We need the burp in there for the cooling system. All right, so the burp for the cooling system is going to be should be here. Let's see if I can make this work. We'll run up the cooling system, see if the burp's working. It just takes up so much space, it really does. I wonder if I could tie it into the fuel's burp. I can, 100%. So what I'll do here is this. I can do this. Ah ha 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 ha. This saves room. So if it works. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in an air burp on this side, so it'll be a gas valve only, and then this is fuel. And so what I'll do is I will do pipe here corner like that. And then what's going to happen is this is going to tee into here. And so what will happen is the air from the water side will come in and it will go into the fuel system. So we'll be pushing air into the fuel system, and then the air will escape from the fuel system. So let's try that, see if that works for us. All right. And then I need a... That's there. All right, so let's do a fuel... Fuel manifold right here. Okay. I need to fix this here too. This needs to connect. Okay. A lot of routing here. But luckily, you know, this is a van, so there's enough space. If this wasn't a van, we'd be having a hell of a time with space. Alright, so that should be all connected there. Let's hook up the air manifold. Fuel manifold, rather. Okay. Alright, these are doors, I believe. Right, let's check them. So I can fit them here. Okay. Alright, those will fit there. Right, let's give this a run-a-roo and see how it runs. Okay. A lot of rework on that. Let's read some chat here. Sinking ship challenge. How's it going there, Timur? Murmuric. Yep, that's it's like David's saying, you know, a small engine makes you need a good transmission. It's more fun. Absolutely. It's you know, like you'll see people put like a 3x3 in a truck. It's insane. But they do it often because they don't know how to build a transmission, which is fine, you know. But that's one of the reasons why they'll do that is they don't understand how to build transmission, so they build a way overpowered engine that just works, you know. And I think it's better certainly to build the correct size engine and put a proper transmission in there. But you know, there's a lot of people who are just not there yet. Or just don't enjoy that. That's not an enjoyable part of the game for them, and that's perfectly valid for them to just be like, oh, you know, I don't really care about building transmissions. I don't like doing it, so I just build a big old Johnny in there and stick it in. Giggity. All right, so we got to check all the components here. So this is our air impeller. This is supercharged. So the important thing to notice here is it's not the liters per second. Look, we're only pushing 0.06 liters per second. That's irrelevant. Look at the 60 atmospheres. That's this is taking as much air as it wants. The modular engine manifold. If you can see, it's at 0.5. It only wants to take 0.6. The 60 atmospheres means that it has a lot more air on deck if it needs it or wants it. So if it wants more air, it will take it. So that's something you don't have to worry about. Next thing we need to worry about is flow on this. 67 liters per second is pretty good. I would like better, but it's not terrible, and I don't think it's that bad considering we're blowing air out of this. So we kind of have a complicated air venting system here, and it seems to be working. So there we go. So we have 30 liters of diesel in there, so it seems to be working. Hopefully we're in good shape here. Exhaust is good. All right, good. So I think we're in good shape. Let's button this up. Let's take it for a run. Hopefully it doesn't overheat. Pretty much at this point, we've done a lot to get this to fit, and if it doesn't fit, it's you know, there's still some things to do, but it's getting obnoxious at that point. That. Where are you go? Okay, you should be on this part right there. Perfect. Okay, that is where I wanted it. All right, perfect. That should slot right in. Like, I deleted it. I didn't mean to delete it. I meant to, I was hoping it would delete the other way. There's it. Where are you at there, guy? Get this color, he's come. Fluid, fluid, fluid. There it is. Bingo, right there. Okay, and then this here will be... I also had way too many fluid ports just sticking all over this van. Now it looks a little bit cleaner. I have 2. You know, so it's a lot cleaner now. All right, let's go for a run. See how it runs. So let's check all the settings here. Infinite fuel's off, infinite electricity's off, engine overheating's on, vehicle damage is on. Let's do this really quick. I was having a little bit of it was oversteering on me. We're at 0.75. Let's go down to 0.55. So that would be probably why we were having a little wiggle in the steering, was that p-value is too high. It's overshooting. But yeah, I think it's a lot more fun to have a small engine that you have to have a proper transmission in there. The other thing too is, like, you know, one thing it's a big paradigm shift they did in motorcycles is they made much more, like, see now the p-value is a little bit too low. Probably not much. Probably 0.65 would be perfect. 0.6. That's actually not bad. That's actually pretty good. It feels a little bit heavy. One big paradigm shift they did in motorcycles was they in the U.S. they kept increasing the power of the motorcycle, and so it lets you pretty much, it kind of works over some of your issues with not revving your engine properly, not being in the proper gear. Like, you can be in the wrong gear and still function. And if you have a small motor, you can't. Like, if you're in the wrong gear, if you shift too early, you're going to stall. If you, so you need to rev it all the way out. They call it wringing its neck. You need to wring its neck. You need to go to red line and then shift. You know, if you have an overpowered engine, for example, like the engine in my motorcycle, it's a 1.8 liter engine in a motorcycle. My motorcycle has a bigger engine than my car does, and so I can shift too early and still not lug. I can. You know, so I have enough torque even in the wrong gear. In a small vehicle, you're relying on very razor thin margins of, you need to have very high revs in order to get any power, and so you need to get all the way to red line to get to max RPM, max horsepower before you shift, or you're going to stall. And you notice that with this, like, if I don't get up to like about 1400 on the tack, we're in 6 now. All right, look at that, 65, baby. If I don't get up to like 1400 before I shift, I will lug, and I'll actually lose speed. And that's what's fun with like a small vehicle. There's a saying in motorcycles. It's more fun to drive a slow motorcycle fast than a fast motorcycle slow. And it's so boring to like drive around a sports bike going like 20 miles an hour in town. but it's super fun to take a tiny small motor motorcycle and do the same 20 miles an hour, but you're like, wah, and you're like cranking on it, and you're shifting gears, and you're shifting up, you're shifting down. It's why, like, I hate the whole move right now in motorcycles to go to automatics. Is so many people, like, I don't know, it's a generational thing. Like, a lot of younger people are just, they have no desire to ever shift the gears, and it's you know, and it's kind of, you know, you don't know what you're missing if you haven't tried it. And part of it is it makes driving engaging, you know, and that's why I like it. That's why I don't build any automatics in game. Is why it's boring, you know. I have no desire to do it, you know. You know, I think this is a lot more fun to, all right, we're coming up to a hill. What do? We have to downshift or we're gonna stall. If you have like a really powerful car or a motorcycle, you don't downshift before you go up the hill, you just go up the hill. You know, like on my motorcycle, I have a big hill going up to my house. I just crank up the hill. If I'm in a like, there's a cool motorcycle that it was Honda sold in a lot of the South American markets. It's a carbureted 150 cc dual sport. It's still carbureted. They sold it for the last 25 years in like South America, in some of the I think Asian markets, and they just introduced it to the U.S. This year, and you can buy a brand new motorcycle for less than $3 grand. And it's old school. It's carbureted. It has no frills. It's a tiny one-cylinder thumper motor. But the cool thing is, you know, that kind of motorcycle, you have to always be in the right gear. If you try to take off from a stoplight in second, you're going to stall. If you try going up a hill without downshifting, you're going to stall. So it makes you have to actually be an operator, and it makes it engaging. And I think that makes it more fun. All right, so if you look, we're still warming, but very slowly. So likely we're good on cooling. I like the new steering. I downed it to, what did I down to? 0.5, something like that, 0.55. So that's better. It handles well. It's going to be a cool vehicle. It has, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 seats for passengers, which is, a lot of the missions are up to around 6 passengers now. So we should be able to go do some of those rescues. Like I was saying, for a while now, we needed a vehicle that we could use to go from the base there on the arid biome to the hospital. Now we have it. So this vehicle will let us easily transport people, because I've been taking that car and I can only take 3 passengers. Now I can take 6 passengers, so I can take 1 trip, you know. And then one thing that will be cool is to make an ambulance version of this, put the hospital bed in where the 3 seats are. So we'll have 2 seats and the hospital bed in there. So that'll be kind of cool, you know. But the other nice thing is this already has the microcontrollers from the other mini truck, and now I have another engine, so I could pull this whole engine out and use this again if I wanted to. So kind of cool to have. It's got a little pintle, so I could put a little trailer on here. You know, it's not going to be able to pull much. It's very small, but if I need to pull something tiny like a little fuel tank or something, I could do that. All right, I'll do the ill-advised read chat while driving. Let's get in first person. I do a lot better. So, like, you see we're at 91. We're at 91. We're about halfway there. So what's going to happen is we're gonna get there probably before we overheat, or we're going to have to stop for, like, I don't know, 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes at most, and then we can get the rest of the way there. And this is the arid biome. We go on the regular area, on the Sawyer Islands. We should have no problem overheating. All right, let's try to do some chat and drive. Hopefully I don't wreck. liquid air cooling for a vehicle. Yep. Hey, man. You know, the whole thing is you get to build what you want, you know. Doesn't always have to be realistic, you know. Yeah, I don't have really that much interest in weapon systems. I try to make it where you can build, anybody can participate whether they have the DLC or not. I don't like the DLC restrict stuff. Like, you can use the parts themselves, but, you know, maybe sometime, you know, I'll throw in a war machine. I've just, like, I have no interest in it myself lately. Like, I was enjoying doing Military Design Bureau and building some war machines. I was enjoying it, but now it's just like I have no interest in it. See how flat that landed? The other nice thing with this build is you need to get up around 60 knots unless you have flaps to take off. And so this goes 65 miles an hour. So likely we're somewhat close to, if it was windy, maybe we'll fly a little bit. So I could add a couple fins if it becomes a problem, but because this doesn't go a ridiculous speed, we also probably don't have to worry too much about flying, you know. Look at this temp. The temp was slowing down there. So let's see if we have any temp problems. If we don't overheat by the time we get there, man, we just drove across the whole arid continent and didn't have any overheating problems. And like I was saying, you have modern cars that overheat every year. They'll go out in the desert. They'll be driving around the really hot conditions, and they'll overheat. It's not an unheard of thing. You know, and what do? You sit there for a little bit. You let it cool down. You don't open the radiator cap, like a jackass, and then then you can continue. Yeah, if you pissed all your water out, but you want to let the let the core cool down before you try to open that radiator cap. It's going to tell you. It's going to be pressurized. You're going to feel the radiator cap pressure. I've pulled a couple that are hot still, but you got to do it just right. You got to be careful, and it's not wise, you know. Especially if you don't know what you're doing, you pull a hot radiator cap, you're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna get burned. It's not worth getting hurt to do it, you know, because literally it's just time. Time is the solution. Sit, wait. You know, wait 10 minutes. The radiator will be cool enough that you can bleed the cap, and then once it's bled, there's no pressure in there. You can pull the cap, put cold water in there, and keep moving. Like, see there, I slowed down to go over the bridge. That dropped a good bit of temperature right there. That dropped 4 or 5 degrees off just going over that bridge. You know, so it's like, the cooling's not terrible. Like, this is about as compact as you can get. It's, you know, and I'm only pushing 65 liters per second through that radiator. If I could get a higher flow rate, it would be higher. So the reason why that flow rate's lower is because I am down gearing the impeller. Was that my place? No, I can go this way. Okay. So like you see here, we're at 94. So I'm going to put an overheat protection system in this. I think it might already be in here. And all it does is it stutters the engine. It turns the PID off if it goes over 110. And it turns the PID back on if it goes under 110. So the engine will go row, 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 and you'll still be able to drive. You'll creep, you'll go slow, and that's usually actually what happens IRL is the car will shut itself off in modern cars if you overheat it. Hits a temperature where it overheats, and it says, nope, you don't get ignition anymore, guy. It just kills the ignition. And then people are like, my car is dead. And it's like, no, your car's overheated. There was a yellow light that came on, and then a red light came on that told you that you're overheated. And then wait till the lights go out, and then crank it and go, you know. But like, see, this car is fun. I actually have to shift. I can't just drive around in one gear all the time. I have to, like, I downshifted 2 gears on the turn there, upshifted again. So it's a lot more engaging, a lot more fun. You know, like, this is a 6-speed. That's what gives me my speed. I wouldn't be doing 65 if I didn't have a 6-speed in here. If I had a 4, oh, I hate this turn. It's blind, and all I can see is the water. Like, every time I go over a bump there, I take my foot off. Look, I'm cool. I was cooling there while driving, so. But it's very stable. Those battle cannon pieces really drop the center of gravity, so this is very stable. This doesn't want to roll. It'll probably roll if I go up a hill, but like, so this is perfect cooling. This is good. I'm not worried about this. We're at 95 up. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Slow down. That bump right there is ugly. It doesn't look like much, but you hit it, you go flying. So like right here, watch. I'm in too high of a gear. See me lugging? That's me lugging. So what do we want to do? Downshift. There we go. There's the revs. Upshift. You know, so it actually makes you have to drive like you should be. So I downshifted on the turn there. Downshift one more time. Watch my tack. And you don't really need to watch your tack. That's a lot of like new people new to manual cars will like eyeball their tack like they're trying to flirt with it. You don't need to. Listen with your ear. Like, I could tell you, when I was driving tractor trailer, I could tell you what my speed was by the sound. Because I know I know the engine so well that I knew what the RPM sounded like. And so I know that if I'm in third gear and the engine sounds like this, I'm going 30, you know. Third gear, I'm not going 30, but 30, that's too fast for 30, but you know what I mean. Like here, we're going up a hill. I just downshifted before the hill. And to see we're keeping revs, our revs are maxed out, we have power. If I don't do that, we don't have power. I'm going to downshift again. Upshift. 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 So I think everybody should learn a manual transmission. Like, you don't need to go buy one, but of course it would be best if you could drive one. But, you know, you can even do it in like a game like this. Like, you know, if you download any of my builds, the transmissions are set up pretty realistically. But they, you know, it's a good skill to know because it tells you, it means you know how the engine runs. It means you know how the transmission works. And if you know how the engine and the transmission work, you know, you understand more about the machine you're driving. And frankly, you should understand the machine. If you're going to operate a machine, you should understand it, at least a little bit. All right, let's see. I'm going to try to read some chat. I've got a little bit of a ways to go here. So downshift, I'm down, I didn't hit the brakes. That's all downshifts to slow down. Downshift again. I'm watching my tack. My tack is right here if you guys want to watch it. But like the needle is all I care about. So like right there we have good power, upshift. We're going downhill, right? So downhill means we have less resistance, right? Where gravity is helping us. So I should be able to upshift earlier. You know, that, especially in a tractor trailer, that's huge, is if you're going downhill, you can upshift earlier. If you're going uphill, you know, you're gonna upshift later. And you're gonna want to downshift before you hit the hill. So like we're taking a turn here. Right, and we're gonna downshift, go right in. You can watch that needle. There we go. And we're upshifting again. So like this vehicle, you actually have to shift because the motor is so small. And that's what's fun about this for me is actually having to be a participant in the game. And it's you know, it's like when you know, I talk about people will say, oh, they're bored of the game. It's like go try make something challenging to operate. You know, you got a lot of people that'll be like, oh, you put your ass in the seat and it does everything for you. It automatically flies over and picks up the container and flies over to wherever the container's going and drops the container off. Yay, isn't this fun? That's so friggin' boring to me. And it could be exciting for somebody else, but it's like, go try it a different way and see if you have more fun. I'm just trying to remember the path. Okay, perfect. We're still on the right road. Okay. So like right now we're lugging. Look at my, see how slowly we're accelerating? Downshift. And there we go. We accelerate faster. So. But understanding your transmission is a good way, and that's why I see a lot of new players, especially, are so confused with transmissions, is because they'll probably never drive a manual. And actually driving a manual transmission, you have to to a certain extent, you understand why you shift. And when you understand why you shift, that gives you a little insight to how the transmission's working. I'm trying to read chat here, guys. The hills. This is the hilliest section, one of the hillier sections of the map. Yeah, I like it. I think it came out really cute. There, look at that wheelie. Woo! It's super cute, man. I love it. I like the detailing of it. The white is cool on the Acti. It looks kind of like an Acti. It's not, though. It's a Pacti. But cool little van. It really is a lot of fun. It has all the details and elements that I want on it. I like the general look of it. It's got a couple, like, I don't know, a little bit of the back's a little bland there, but, you know, there's not too much I can or want to do about it. You know, I enjoy it. I might, can't really do it now with that air burp on the top, but, oh, I can get rid of the air burp on the top. I might put a 1x2 in the very back there. We'll see how I like that, but, like, I forgot to look at the temp. Look at the temp. We're down to 91 degrees because every turn I take, every like jump I go off of, I lift off the accelerator and it cools down. And that, remember, that radiator has no electric fan. It's not as efficient as the electric radiators are. It's not actively pulling air over it. It's passively pulling air over it. So like there, see, I need a downshift because I want to rev up. There we go, max revs, upshift. You know, even jumping these little jumps, you can tell this is really stable. You know, that's something a lot of people have issues with in the game is, you know, they'll say, oh, you know, the grip, everything's so greasy in game, the grip sucks. You know, again, if you have a proper transmission with right gear, I didn't edit the grip on these tires. These are not XML grip tires at all. I've had no wheel squeal at all, right? And part of it is, one, a lot of people overpower their vehicle, which, like in real life, you know, you slam on the accelerator, you'll spin up your tires if you have too much power. Transmission, you're in the wrong gear, it's slipping the tires instead of stalling your engine to help you out. You know, and I'm going a reasonable speed, that definitely helps, but you know, having it, this is almost 50-50 weight balanced perfectly. Let's bring it in here. So as you can see, we made it there, and we had no cooling problem, so this worked really, really well. The pump is off too. As soon as I stop the car, the impeller is run off of the clutch, so the clutch is in. So you notice we're cooling right now pretty well, and we have no pump going. It's just residual cooling right now. But yeah, so I'm really happy with this. This came out nice. Oh, you suck. Let's just recall it. But that was a pretty good trip. We went all the way across, no issues. Let me do this before I go back with it. Shit. This is gonna. I wish I had done something with this. I'm trying to see how much fuel we used. I can't see the fuel tanks. Piss. I didn't hook up the fuel. I didn't hook up anything to read the fuel, so we'll just bring it back. But, you know, we went across the continent with 2 small tanks. That's the other thing that I really like to do is try to make something super efficient. And so we went across the entire continent with 2 small tanks. So that was fun. You know, you didn't have to worry about using really, using ultra fuel efficient vehicle. So let's save this. This is working super well right now. I'm really thrilled with this. I think it's cute. I think it works really well. Let's try something. I'll get your guys' verdict on this. I'll read chat. I was trying to read it the whole time I was driving, but I really didn't want to wreck. I was trying to get the test done, so let's try this. We'll see if I like this. There's something that looks wrong. I like that better. I do. The rounded, I like it. Let's paint it. I think I'm going to like this better. It's just, it was too... There we go. Yeah, I like that. That's the bee's knees, the cat's ass right there. That's really good. I like that. That's much better. I like that. Because here, let's back it up. So here, I'll even do side by sides here. I mean, look. Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm clicking on every wrong button here. You guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm just doing, I'll bring it up in paint when I get it up there. But I need to just get a picture going. All right, good. Let's grab another screen grab here. So let's back it up. Yeah, definitely 100%. Okay, let's take a pic of that. All right, bring you guys in on this. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. The bottom one's better. I can't take the bright color though. There we go. Yeah, 100% this one. That little bit of roundedness on it, especially, they were so cute. Let's get some pictures of it again. Activan. They're the cutest things. I just want one so bad. It's gonna be my present when the things. Like, there's this is the model I like. This model of them. But they're just super cute, you know. This one, oh, look at that one. That one's like, this one's pretty, a bricked up one. This one looks a little bit beef cannon. Yeah, but they're super cute. These are ugly. Ugh, this year of them is ugly, man. Ugh, these are gorgeous. They're just really well done. But they're so dangerous. Like, you hit anything, you're dead. They are super cute. But I like it. And I want it to be my own. Like, I'm not making a replica here. I'm making an inspired build. So I want it to be my own. I don't want it to be identical to you know, how the game is. But definitely that, you can tell this area here is just looks too much, and then that just gently slopes it off and makes it look good. That's really, I think that's a big improvement there. But it's very cute little vehicle. All right, let's catch up on some chat here. I'm behind on the chat. All right, let's. So I got to go forward on this to bring it back. There we go. All right, nice. Let's catch up here. I said hi to Citrus, didn't I? I'm pretty sure. I talked to Citrus. I don't know if I said hi. Citrus been in here for a while? Yeah, I've talked to Citrus since. Yes, exactly. Like Basilisk is talking about an old comment, but essentially, like, I am behind. But like, take the fluid port end like this, or like even that, and you come up here and you go click, gas, click, liquid, liquid and gas. And so that would make it so that it's a compound block. I think the devs need to do that more. Instead of bitching about it, I'll just put in a feature request. But like, that's a good paradigm shift for them to do. I think that would be something cool for them to do. So, but I love this thing. This thing's awesome, man. Let's do this. Let me see where we at here. Lights. This engine gauges. Oh, gorgeous. That's beautiful, man. Did I go down to 3? Ah, I did. I went to 3. Shit. That panel could account for 2 tanks. I have 3 now. So, let's see. So this is the other thing I'd like to see the devs add. They screwed. They added tank content and they added tank pressure. Okay, do this for me, please, devs. Okay, put in composite receive, composite send, and then what I can do is I can take the composite from here, and I can plug it into there, and then there, and I can daisy chain these, and then send the composite out, and now I have one node that I can read. I can read out my fuel, or add data send, data receive. So I can go data send to receive, and what this does is add this to this, add this to this, and then I go bingo, because what I often have to do is, see, I have fuel 1 and 2, so I need to have space in this to have all my fuels. Let's see if I can cut this a little bit. Why does this have brake lights on it? All right, let's see something here. We have 3. Let's do this. Yeah, like little adding like that would be nice if that was just innate. Let's see if I have a space up top. I'll put an add block to get that done. Okay, that. Here, right here needs to be fixed. So yeah, this came out really well. And then, like I said, you know, I plan on, I'll do some other versions of this where, for example, it, we'll have a hospital bed in there. So XML block in here is going to be annoying. Yeah, see, if it's a black block, it will stick out here, but the problem is it's going to be white on the end. That sucks. That can show some. What are you? If that goes, that'd be 2 that way, 2. Yeah, that's going to do the same there. Yeah, I got a cover block on this. Trying to see if I want to do something like this. No, not really. No, that's gross. Be black, please. There we go. Oh, the seats block it. Okay. This looks like in here. Okay, that is okay. That's the cooling manifold there. That goes vertical. I can't put a vert in there. I'm close to where I need to be here to get this done. Problem is you color the entire face, so let's try something here. Might be able to get one in there to be reasonable. Let's see. Let's grab. Let's see, it's right here. Right, there we go. Let's try it. So the main thing is how this is going to stick on the side, and if it's going to shimmer. If it shimmers, I don't want it to shimmer, so. Let's see what it looks like there, and then we'll paint the... See, the problem is it's a pain in the ass to paint the side here, so, of this block. It's sometimes you can't even do it right, so if I can get that white on the side, we'll be alright, so let's see. You have to find the old collision to do it, so it's tough sometimes. Like, actually, you know what? Perfect. It's already done on this side. Let's cut it and rotate it. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. There we go. That works. Okay. Nice. That was already pre-done. Let's see if it shimmers. If it doesn't shimmer, we're in business here. If it don't shimmer, we're in business here. Ah, perfect. Perfection. Look at that. No shimmer. That's the XML block right there. There's no shimmer. Gorgeous. That really came out. That's perfect, man. Fuck. It's backwards. Let's see if I can flip it forward. What happened? Did I not merge it? What happened? What happened? I didn't. Did it not merge? Did I delete it? No wonder it had no shimmer. I deleted it. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Give me the block. Give me the block. Give me the block. Oh my god, give me the block. There we go. Okay, copy that. Yeah, you put them a certain way too, will go invisible, so I gotta make sure I don't do that. Okay, I did color one side. Alright, let's go ahead and paste that. Let's try to color one side white. There we go. Alright, let's move it. See if I can get this to merge up. Did I go down one too many and that's what happened? I don't know. What is there? What is there? Nothing's there. What is in that? What is in the way? Nothing there, is there? No, there isn't. What? What am I looking at here? Should go right there next to it. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm one backwards. What is here? Something is sitting here. I don't know what the... Oh, you know what it is? The block's there. It's just invisible. Okay. The old block was sitting there. It was just invisible. That's part of the problem with XML. Sometimes it goes invisible. See, it went invisible again? Shit. Ugh. Alright. So that XML block's invisible. I gotta fix it. Alright, I gotta make a custom on that and see if I can get it fixed, fit it in there. So let's save this. Let's read chat. Let me check my phone. Do a bunch of shit. We'll grab the block here. And I'll color it. It's easiest to color it in here. Alright, let's see. Sinking ship challenge. How's it going there, Zachy? How's it going, Camacho? Sorry, guys, if I haven't seen you. I was driving. Couldn't really read too well while I'm driving. And then got busy here. If I miss one of your comments, you direct it to me. Just at Captain Cockles in the chat. That might get easier for me to see it. As a cartoon where a two-stroke rider on a Harley shifts down 3 gears before opening her up by habit and immediately scatters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like Harleys are designed to go in any gear. It's very much an American thing to have extra power, and you can just kind of, like, you don't have to do it perfectly. Let me see. Try and catch up. Try and catch up. Yes. The Citrus has the 50cc moped, so knows the wring its neck life of cannot shift one instant quicker than it must be shifted. It's a cartoon where okay, I saw that one. Not every good idea is a smart idea, yeah. Oh, that's nice, Camacho. That's cool. Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, it's very easy to get overwhelmed when you first start the game, but you know what I'll often tell new players is you need to have some wins. You know, you need to build something, have it work, and then you feel like, hey, I can do something. And then once you have that feeling that you can do something, you know, the next win comes, and the next win, and then you get some confidence, and you can start doing it. You know. And that was like, I remember watching Jersey videos when I first started, and I was like, you know, there's no way. I was like, how the hell am I ever going to be able to do this? And then you do that. Then you do the next thing, and you're like, oh, well, I could do that, but I'll never do an autopilot. And then you do an autopilot, and you're like, now I'm doing all the things I said I could never do. I could do something else, you know. And that it gets better and better as you go, you know. And you start to realize that, oh, I can do these things. You know, so you need that confidence. You need to just keep working at it, too. Like, there's a bunch of people who, they just want to skip the work, and you can't. You know, you'll get people, they'll, you know, I don't think these people are trying to skip the work, but they'll say, you know, how do you make something look that good? You know, and it's practice. You know, like, I've shown many times here, like, what my original builds look like some of my early builds, and they don't look very good, you know, and I hated how these will turn invisible. I'm going to try to rotate it, see if I can get it to not be invisible. But I don't know what the rules are with why the blocks go invisible like they do. I might have to stretch it the other direction. See, it's going invisible again. Ugh, sucks. I really want to cover that up. Problem is, like, this is where the coolant manifold is. This already has an XML in it. Let me see if I can route a little bit off. I can route around it, I think. Let me see. Can I route around it? I can. Okay. This is what I'm going to do here. All right, this is what we're going to do here. Gonna cut here. I'm going to piss off, you devil. All right, we're going to take this. We're going to cut this and rotate it. Paste that. We're going to cut like that. I'm going to go down like so. All right. And we're going to go forward. Piss. I've got symmetry on. I got to be careful here. Got to make sure I didn't just delete some crap over here, and then I'm like, why is this not working? Because I deleted a bunch of shit. Yeah, I'd see all the stuff I deleted. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're good now. Alright, so I can delete now what I need. Alright, so we want to delete here. Rotate this. Like say. Delete that. Down. Turn. This is just fuel anyway, so it doesn't really matter if it has a bunch of space. Okay. Okay, so that's rerouted. Okay, then we know that this block over here that covers up right here should work. So we should be able to grab this this cover block right here if I can get to it. There it is, right here. We know this one should work. So there we go. All right, so that fuck. Why doesn't it want to cover that? Keeps going invisible. What the hell, man? Why does that not want to cover that block? All right, let's try something else here. It's getting annoying that that won't cover that block. Let me try to catch up on chat here. Well, no, I know what I'm doing here next, but I'll just catch up on chat real quick. Okay. How's it going there, Rasmus? What's happening? Okay, so you said the block below the padded seat is against the hitbox? Okay. Let me see which one you're talking about. All right, I finally get to that part. That's weird. I don't know why that would do it. So like right here though, I moved the block over here. This should be fine. This should be clean to go in here. It should be clean to move in there though, so it should move in here. That's the thing, is this one should work. Because we know this one works over here. This one works. So copy that one. That should be able to go right here. All right, so that's attaching. Oh, you know what? I bet. Let's try this. Let's try this for a second. Let's go. Grab the clutch out. Cut the clutch out. Go like that. Put a help here. All right, let's try to merge it on this side. Let's do this join here. Okay. Fuck. Did it again. What is up with that? Why? Like, legitimately, I don't understand the difference here. I really don't. This block should merge out on this and be the exact same as this. It's literally the same position. It has nothing below it. You know, it has something below it, but it's irrelevant. It has a gap zone there, and then it goes up into an engine component. This should merge there and not go invisible. I don't know why this one's going invisible now. Let's see. I've tried building a bike in Stormworks, but they're so oversized that the whole point of it for me is I'd like to be tiny. So, you know, I built a sidecar, which was kind of fun, but you know, the transmissions are hard because I need quite a bit of transmission in there, you know. I'm getting what you guys are saying, but the issue is this block here. This is an XML block right here. It's placed right here behind this block. It covers this one and it covers this one. And then when I move the exact same block over here, you notice it's culling this face. So what is it culling the face on? It's got to be culling it on the fuel. So like here, let's grab the fuel off. See if the fuel is the problem. Is that what it's doing? Let's see. So it's not the fuel face, so what the hell is it? Why is it causing problems now? See, block's still there. XML block's still there. So it's not that. It's not fuel. So it's not the block on the seat. Like you guys thought it was this. But this one works, and this has that's a block right there. Is this, you know what? That's what it is. This is right here. That's a panel, that's why. Okay, I got you. Oh, shit, I can't screw with this, though. I can do here. Let's do this. I'll route it here, and this should work. All right, this will work. I need to put a microcontroller there. So that's kind of the end of it. Was we'll put a microcontroller there and it will work. So. All right, let's put a microcontroller right here. So what I'll do is did I have a constant on something? Doesn't matter. Here, we'll put it right here. Put a micro right here. Okay. And then that should work. All right, that'll work now. All right, the microcontroller is why. That's what was different. So the microcontroller was different. So. All right, there we go. All right, good. Will you color this, please? The black color? Thanks. There we go. All right, good. So we have what? Fire extinguisher and that. Let's do a defib. So I see what you guys were saying. It didn't make any sense to me until I realized that this here was a microcontroller, and that's why it was working. Because I couldn't understand what was different about them. Now I do. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. All right, nice. So a little bit of supplies there. All right, nice. But thanks for the help, guys. Yeah, that was just it. It was the one of them had a. I forgot that I'd moved the microcontroller here, and so it was the microcontroller up against the face. So I thought this was a solid block, and it wasn't. It was a microcontroller. So I was like, "This is a solid block, and this is a solid block. Why?" And then once figured out that that is not a solid block, we're good. The fuel pipe is not connected. Let's look. That could have been an old one, but let's check. Oh, right here. Okay, let's check it. Yep, right there. Copy. Thank you. Thank you. Luckily, at this point, when something doesn't break, when something doesn't work like that, I assume that, yep, I just fucked up a connection. All right, this is annoying here. So this is a bug. It bugs me right here. Is this door panel here? I can move them forward. I think I'll move them forward. Yeah, I gotta move these forward. It's gonna make a real long door, but whatever. Make sure nothing's there. Nope. Okay. Nothing's there. Nope. Okay. So let's go ahead and we're gonna cut this door panel here, and we're gonna open it to there. This is the painting problem here that drives me nuts. Is actually, you know what? Let's undo that. Let's go like this. Let's see. Yeah, see that this is something I would love the devs to fix, is so that I can paint both sides of that. They've been slowly working on that, but it's like I want them to fix that. That's annoying. It's like I'm trying to come up with a way to cover this so I don't have to look at it. So we'll do that. It's a little bit cozier. I kind of like that. And that allows me, because right now my doors are white, and I don't want them white. I want them like in a lot of the Acties, they were body color, so it wasn't a big deal. So I kind of like them in the pickup truck version to be body color, but on this I want it to have a side color. So hand seat there. Come on, come on, come on! I can't see the seat. I can't see this door rather. Come on, man. Just give me the fucking door. Right, nice. So now I can paint this door up. So these doors are painted up the same color as the interior color, so that's a little bit nicer. But yeah, I really want them to prioritize fixing that because that's obnoxious. You know, you have the exterior color the same as the interior color. That ruins a lot of builds. Yeah, bottom of the pivots is quite obnoxious. It's like little things like that. Just like you're like so close to having things exactly how you want, and then it's like no. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do fuel. Let's do this. Let's, for now at least, we have fuel 1 and we have fuel 2. I'm gonna leave off fuel 3 and we'll just, let's see, what's this hooked up to? Okay, that is doing brake lights. And then that will just be reserve fuel essentially. So it will equalize the whole time. It will give us a false representation of our fuel, but it's not the end of the world. Right, let's go ahead and I need to index some gauges here. So this is my new speedo. It can go up to 65, baby. Attack, I think, can go up to 1450. And fuel, it's in gallons. Let's run it like that. 2 tanks might be enough. Like, I might be able to get rid of that 3rd tank anyway, so... What are we running here for fuel? 5.57 gallons. I don't know how much we used up that last time, but we were able to get across the whole island. So I don't know if it was, you know, I don't know if we need the 3rd tank. I didn't get a good reading on it, so I wasn't plugged in, unfortunately. So that's good. Let's save this. All right, excellence, par excellence. All right, so this is working really, really well. So I love to be able to air cool. They need to boost that stuff. It's just, it makes it so that there's a big part of the game we just can't use, which kind of sucks. All right, so this is saved. Let's go ahead and we'll load up the live game. Let's actually do this really quick. This has been driving me nuts. I keep opening this door and it keeps shutting when I load the save, and then. I want to make sure that infinite fuel and electric are off because I'll start a test on my test world and realize that it's I'll realize that it is not set up, and then I have a bad test, so do that. All right, now let's load up. I'm gonna go get a drink. Now we'll load up CBS Live. I'm just going to go get a drink. So I'm going to put on a little bit of this and that for you guys. Put on some of my latest Tarkov videos. Been having a ton of fun playing Tarkov. I said it earlier, guys, but thank you to everybody for subscribing and supporting me here. As you can see, we hit 3,000 last night, so that's really exciting. I appreciate all you guys for that. That was very nice for all of you. So very nice to get over 3,000 is nice. Let's grab some playlists. So, ton of fun with Tarkov. I know some of you guys play Tarkov, but you know, they wiped about last week, and so it's been really fun to get back into some Tarkov. It's been a lot of fun. Try to get my, let's see, there we go. Gotta do it just right here to get it lined up. But I'm gonna put a couple videos on for you guys while I'm just going and getting a drink here. But some really fun Tarkov videos this week. Been having fun with it. Playlist. My playlist is a playlist. This is annoying. I keep forgetting how I have to do this. This is very annoying. Playlist, there it is. It's this option. Because I have all the controls for it, like to find the ways that a normal person would look at them is a little bit weird. Tarkov. Hell's Tarkov. Okay, Tarkov right here. Yeah, he shut it. Remember I said he shut it. Okay, let's go. Play all's good. Oh my god, look at his gun! So I'll play videos from last week. I'm just gonna go quickly, like I said, get a drink, go to the bathroom. But really cool. It's been a really great wipe so far. So let's see if I can find where we were here. All right, here we go. I got the audio all set up.
Dude,
how's the audio for you guys? Is
yeah,
that too loud? Is that
Go
good?
to the event, man. I'm not gonna kill you. Hey, stay back from this guy.
No, please. Yes. No. Go run, go. Go run.
Just don't turn left a little so I can cover over here in case they come to your left.
Okay, tab it
I don't
quiet.
think-
Yeah, I expected that. That's
Not understand. No, speak English.
Let me fix this.
That's I turn it down in Google. So there we go. Hopefully that's good for you guys. I'll be right back.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. I don't want to kill him.
Right here. One's dead.
I killed one. You like that shot, bitch? He's in the helicopter, the dude. Oh, I got him too! That sexy dude. I killed the second player. Dude. Dude, that's diabolical. Alright, here we go. Alright, we can work with this.
This must be a long one. Yeah, this is a long one. This is a whole stream. That was the live video there. This is my favorite one that I did
Right here?
recently. This one is good. This one,
One's dead.
we always go Great Snake when somebody crawls on the ground. This one was really good. I like this one. I'll play this one, then I'll get back into it. Why it take so long to load?
Nice.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, sorry.
The fucking Great Snake got me. Oh, that's fucked, dude. That one had me peeing myself. I'm scoped in killing people, and he goes crawling across my screen. Oh no! But, yeah, it's been a fun wipe. It's funny. I see you guys sent me messages on Discord and everything. I have all the dings shut off, so I don't hear them, and then I end up not checking chat for so long too. And then I see like, oh yeah, there's all the answer in there. Usually I get it on my own too. I try to figure it out sometime myself, but it's I appreciate the input on there. Yeah, I don't do too much XML blocking there, so it's not as good as others with it. Let's see where we're at here. So let's teleport my ass over there. We're getting like buku transpo missions here. All right, so we're finishing up here. Kind of recap. We're still filling up with diesel and jet. These are going to go and get put in the base. This is going to get despawned. The new version's coming in from the tutorial. If you remember how long ago the tutorial was, the plan was to get this base shut down so that I could put the new tutorial in, and then as we play the live series, I'll keep updating it and putting up new versions on the workshop. So this is going to sit here, and these are just going to drain out. This one's almost done. What's that? See, this is the nice thing of having color coding. Just look up, I'm like, up, that's diesel. All right. So that's good to have. So that's going. It's going. Let's see. See, we have good money. We have about 200 grand, but we don't have a ton of stored diesel. And so I can't really spawn up the new home ship yet. The home ship, what the plan is this, I'm trying to do this more and more. The new home ship, it's all ready to go. It does not need infinite electricity. It does not need infinite fuel. All the panels are running and connected so that as I add to the panels, we'll just add functionality. So it's not like none of the panels work, so everything should work. So I'm just waiting kind of on some money. Alright, so let's see. Let's read some of this chat here. Yep, feels like yesterday, 124 subs. Yep, goes by fast. War Thunder, a few days ago, I drove the Centurion. Oh, nice. I stopped playing War Thunder before they had tanks. I liked War Thunder. I was playing with my brother. This was the issue was that I have with War Thunder is, again, it's kind of that balance of realism and approachability. And, you know, at the time when I was playing War Thunder, you know, I still am a commercial pilot, but, you know, commercial pilot, lots of experience in flying a plane, and I was getting my ass kicked by somebody who had never been on a plane in their life, and part of it was they made it arcadey enough and approachable as they have to, so other people could, you know, so normal people could play, and they made it so that you would be in the same lobby if you had a mouse and keyboard or if you had a joystick. And a joystick is much more challenging, and you have to set up your joystick curves precisely, or else you're not going to get as good a precision. And so it was back in the day before they had, I think they do have joystick-only servers now. But for example, like, I could set up my plane to be very realistic, for example, have realistic stall characteristics and everything else, and I could fight in the same match as people who had ultra arcade settings on with a mouse and keyboard. And so all they had to do was point their mouse pointer at my plane and they could shoot me right out of the sky, and I actually had to, you know, use my joystick and get the reticle right on perfect, and my plane would stall. So It was kind of a, that was a big thing that, it was kind of controversy at the time when I was playing War Thunder that, they need to have more lobbies where everybody was playing by the same rules so that, you could enjoy. Because, like, again, you would have a really cool joystick setup. You would make it as realistic as possible and get your ass kicked because you weren't on arcade mode, essentially. So that was kind of sucky. That made me go away from it and not come back. This, I'll show you what I'm looking forward to. It's tough to stream VR for me, but I would love to. I'm gonna get back into this. I got some money for Christmas for Steam. I like, not that I can't afford it myself, but I like to when I get like a gift card for it. It makes me want to, like, it's easy to just buy something that you want. So this is VTOL VR. It's my favorite VR game, and they just came out with the Mischief. It's kind of a Tomcat-esque, Tomcat derived. Modernized. Like nothing's like the real model. It's all inspired by. So this is inspired by the Tomcat, a little bit F-22 probably, but a little bit more modern screens. But it has sweep wing, and it's a electronic warfare plane. So they introduced electronic warfare into the game, and so like you can have a Rio. So like try to have my brother get this, and he'll be my Rio, and I'll go flying and. He can do the electronic warfare, but swing wing, very Tomcat-esque, but modern, but really cool. So I want to get into this. That's a Tomcat paint job, so, but very cool plane. This guy was a really cool dev. He was a modder for Kerbal, and then he made his own company. He made this game. It's really fantastic, but. It's funny. Like I'll see some of the grouchy comments in the weekly announcements from Stormworks of like, oh, they don't tell us anything. It's like this game. I love this game. I love the developer. I have no problem with his updates. But like, look at the update. 29, 27. That's because he updated new stuff. 26. So these are all recent because that was the new patch. 25, 22, 21, and then. So there's about a month difference, and then so like here's the big jump. So this is the new DLC and new update for all the mechanics for the new electronic warfare. So you see there's a lot of updates, but if you go from here, December 5th, and then it's September 14th. So like this is a really good responsive dev. Like you won't hear from them for months, and there's really nothing wrong with that. But it will be months before you hear from this person. And, I think some of the people who complain that, we don't get enough information is like, we do get an announcement every week, which I think is, it's, whether it's the most important information ever, they do that for us. They try to give us a weekly update. Let me see. Try to read chat here. I feel like an old when I zoom in the chat. Let me see. Yeah, I'd like to play War Thunder Ground. Could be interesting, yeah. But like for me too, like I got my ass kicked in Stormworks fighting against some other people multiplayer with it was like a World War I fighter, and the problem is I naturally stop pitching when I'm going to stall, and and of course it's very arcadey, overpowered, so you're never going to stall. So I put myself at a disadvantage because I fly like it's a real airplane, and like I can't break the habit. Like it's in my mind to like not stall an airplane, so and to not break the wings off and not to do an accelerated stall and like all these things that come very naturally to me, unless the game is very realistic and takes advantage of that, it puts me at a big disadvantage. So hopefully we'll clean up this oil. We'll see. I think this is sucking up oil. It'll sink when it's done. Let's see what we want to do here. Let's go ahead and we shall turn off. Let's turn on no clip. I want to get a mission a little bit of distance from here. So I'm trying to think about what I want to do for the next build challenge. I was waiting for Big Man's video. Big Man's gotten busy, so he's not going to do the video, which is fine. It doesn't bother me. I certainly understand getting busy on that. But I was kind of waiting a little bit on that. And then I want to make sure all the holiday stuff got done. And then you know, trying to see if I want to incorporate some of the new features, but it's going to be a sea-based challenge. We'll see what it's going to be. Oh, Jesus, look at this. Extinguish all fires and rescue 10. You know, so these are the missions. The missions do get harder and harder, but a lot of people, like, they literally will start a new game every game, and then they're like, oh, all the missions are the same. It's like, yeah, dude, because they scale, and you need to play for a little bit. You can't just, like, start a new session every game and then expect, oh, things don't change. Yeah, they don't change because you need to wait, you know. All right, let's see what that is. So this is an oil tanker. So this is one of the big missions. So this is 23 grand. So as you can see, the missions do scale. This is a big one. What are we going to take down there? Could take Rijot. I don't know if Albatross runs. The problem is we're at the small base, so I don't have any big base around here to get a big sucker out of. Oh, Jesus. Let's see what we can take. It's got to be probably Rijot to get down there. I can't put up Night Owl. I'm thinking Rijot. It's fast. You know, Rijot goes 46 knots. So that shouldn't take us long to get down there. It has a fire nozzle, so I can put out fires with the nozzle itself. It has a firefighting kit on there. I think that's going to be the best bet. Like, Albatross would probably be the best, but I can't spawn Albatross, so. All right, let's get out of here. How much fuel am I missing? I think we're pretty good. Let me check the fuel, make sure I didn't just dick myself on fuel. Never laugh at your own material. It's not good. A fool laughs at his own jokes. Where the hell is my fuel on this? I can't remember. Where the hell is fuel on this, Bad Johnson? Okay, yeah, we have plenty of fuel. We have 200-something gallons. All right, let's get out of here. What happened to the solar? Okay, there's the solar panel. I was just looking at the wrong face of it. Yeah, see, it looks like we're going slow. We're going 45 knots here. Like, see, that looks slow? That's 45 knots. Rijot is actually a pretty big boat. Rijot is bigger than the tugboat, than that small tugboat. So it looks like it's pretty damn... it looks like it's proportionally, it looks like it's small, but it's actually pretty large. So going 45 knots, this looks like it's sitting still, but that's fast. There's that stupid road there I can't go over. The other thing I'd love to see the devs do is, if you notice in the sky, you see all the little black dots. Those are the stars. It is so annoying when I'm trying to do thumbnails. I can't, like, I don't like the look of them, so I have to clean them all off. And so I end up editing the pictures to get rid of them. It's I would love them to absolutely, like, you know, during the night, it's great to have the stars, but it's like, during the day, please, just, like, make them completely transparent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm just trying to catch a bunch of chat here. I have 1.9.24. Or are you on talking about War Thunder? So this is another hypothesis I have. Whether or not it's true, again, it's a hypothesis. It's not a theory. So my hypothesis is a lot of people are having problems with pumps. We talked about this yesterday. Disappearing. I've literally never had it happen. But when you teleport from base to base, for a fraction of a second, at least on my PC, the pumps are not there, and then they spawn in. So that's part of the culling system, I would say, where it culls certain elements to reduce performance, or to increase performance, to reduce load on the system. And if I'm curious if the PC is not fast enough, if it does not put them back in the game, and then it saves it, and now you're saved without pumps. And so it writes the local file that there's no pump there, because the pump is a physicalized item in game. So it would make sense to me if it is not writing the pump back in game, and that's the issue. So that wouldn't surprise me if that's one of them. A bunch of people are stuck on 90% and can't load, and they're saying the game's broken, I can't even get in. Again, as you can see, I can get in. I know a lot of you guys can get in. I can see every day you guys are playing. That wouldn't surprise me if people are not verifying the integrity of the file. So I don't know if this will fix it, but I put on, when I answer some of these for people, if you right-click on the game and you go to Properties, and you go to Installed Files, right here, Verify Integrity of Game Files. Sometimes, if you interrupt the download, if you have terrible internet, and the game, so like, let's say the game's downloading the files and you have terrible internet, theoretically it could screw up downloading one of the files. And if it screws up downloading one of the files, well, guess what? The game does not have the files required to run the game game won't start. And so I think that might be what a lot of people are having problems with, and what they need to be doing is clicking on Verify Integrity of Files. I don't think it's a game problem, because, you know, many of us are having no problem. And, you know, some people shut off automatic updates on Steam. So are these people, do they have automatic updates off, and then the game updates on a weekly basis, and they don't update their game, and then they're off a version and it doesn't work, you know? You've got a bunch of people who you'll see weekly in Reddit and on Steam advocating for people to roll back their game instead of learning the pressure mechanics, which people should frankly just learn the pressure mechanics. They're really, we went over it yesterday. It's really not that tough. There are some very tiny minor things you need to do to fix most of your builds if they weren't working anymore. But some people are rolling back the game version. Well, that's playing Russian roulette. Eventually, that's going to bite you in the ass. You know, Steam is going away from Windows 10, I think, altogether. No longer are you going to be able to use Windows 10, I think, on Steam. So it could be a Windows update issue. You know, if Windows is going to stop supporting Windows 10, they might not be fixing some of the bugs in Windows 10. So a lot of these players, what the hell is that? A lot of these players who are having complaints about the game not running, it could be a Windows issue where Windows 10 is no longer compatible, or some update they missed on their PC. So that's the thing with PC gaming, is like half the time when people say a game is broken, it's their operating system is broken, or you know, the files got misdownloaded on an update because their PC was slow, or the internet farted up, or they stopped in the middle of an update, or they started a program in the middle of an update and it paused it, and then when it restarted it didn't download the right files. So, you know, again, a lot of these things I think people need to internalize and be like, instead of saying it game fault all the time, they need to sometimes say, oh, maybe it's something I did. I'll verify game integrity. I'll reinstall the game. I'll, you know, check, make sure my drivers. A lot of people, like, literally I've had people on Steam be like, oh, I can't even get the game to boot. You know, Deltar sucks. And you'll go, are all your drivers up to date? And they'll say, hold on, let me check, and you'll never hear back from them again. Which likely means they checked, their drivers were not up to date, they updated the drivers, the game started, and then they'd feel like a jackass if they went back and was like, yep, it was my drivers, it was my fault. And so you never hear back from them again. You know, and so, you know, it's understandable being embarrassed by that, but, you know, you'll see that a lot too. It's kind of like, you know, and again, you'll get people saying the game doesn't even work, and it's like, you know, you see, I'm playing, I stream every day or most days here, and it works. You know, it's not perfect, but when's the last time I crashed? Last time I crashed was over at the hospital because the people were piling up, and I went on and put a bug report on, you know, to see if they can fix that and make it so that they despawn the NPCs. You know. Bugs manifest in mysterious ways, though. Sometimes they are... Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, sometimes they come up very, very specifically, and it's a certain set of cases, and it's... You know, on that line of thinking, if you're going to put up a... Let me make sure I'm not going to overheat. I can't remember if this one will overheat. I really don't want to deal with overheating on this. I think this one... Remember I put in... Okay, remember I put in heat sinks? So I think we talked about this. This one will not overheat anymore. Remember before I was doing raw water cooling and it wasn't working? Let's keep an eye on this. We're at 84 degrees. Let's actually just do this. I'm going to shut off engine overheating. That way, if this goes over 115, we know that the cooling's not working effectively enough. If it doesn't, we know that it's working. So let's do that. But I think this was working with the heat sinks. What was I just doing here? Let me check. Yeah, so let's quickly look at the bug tracker. We got a little bit of a hike out there, so I want to, you know, this is a long hike, but again, this is a big mission, 23 grand. This is a mission that, for example, if you guys watched the last career build series, I built the Albatross, not the Albatross, the Seagull, which is a seaplane. This is like prime, perfect seaplane type of thing because you can go out there fast, you can land right next to the plane, and you can get the people out of there quickly. But likely a lot of these people are going to die. It just takes us a while to get out there. But this is a good, difficult mission. I'm trying to get the bug tracker up. But, you know, I try to keep like some sort of coherent understanding of what's going on with the game. And part of that is like, you know, as much as I hate going on Steam sometimes and reading the Grouch Fest or Discord, you start to see like some patterns of like what are people having problems with, what you know. And the other thing that I kind of is my philosophy in that is there are some people who like haunt Reddit who are just the most negative people ever who have not played in years, frankly, and they are and they just hang around with a hate boner for the game, and you'll get brand new people who are interested in the game who would probably like the game, and they listen to these people. And so I think sometimes, you know, as much as it's detrimental to me, I try to get on there and be like, hey, this is my opinion, you know, go check out some Discords, see some people who are enjoying and building, and then, you know, that person can make the decision for themselves. I'm not trying to get anybody who won't enjoy the game to play. I'd actually rather people who don't enjoy this game to go away, frankly. If you don't enjoy a game, go away. You know, go play something else. You know, get rid of your hate boner for it. But, you know, so I certainly don't recommend this game to anyone who's not going to enjoy it, you know. All right, let's quickly, let me see if we can put us on autopilot yet. Probably not. A lot of islands here. Let's go ahead and I'm going to autopilot us to, we'll go here just to get a straight line going. That way I can do some other stuff while we're doing this. Check camp 91. Where the hell is the... Okay, forget where everything is. Alright, so we should be going to the east of that island. We are. See, like all the black dots? Those are the stars. Alright, so we'll be there in 12 minutes. Okay, good. A little bit of a hike, but not too bad. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at the bug tracker. Seeing what's going on with people here. So, likely this, again, this is the can't transfer diesel to sell points, always stops after a couple hundred of thousands of okay, I thought he said couple hundred of thousands of liters. Like, if you're putting hundreds of thousands of liters in there, like, go take a break. But, you know, we talked about this yesterday. The devs need to put a gas relief on the pumps. That's what they need to do. And what they should do is they should make a magic gas relief. I don't think we should have access to all the parts. Like, they should have magic parts, which they do. Remember, I showed you that the way the pumps work is there's literally a tank, a regular medium tank, and they have it magicked where it can probably hold hundreds of thousands, if not millions of liters, right? And so they should have a magic gas relief, a magic fluid port that just instantly gets rid of the gas. And that way they could do that, and it would fix those. So, but they have to go through and do that. So we talked about that yesterday. But again, the bad thing with what this person did here is, I guarantee you we're going to find a lot of these. And they didn't search, and they didn't glom onto somebody else's. So there's like, I think it's better to click on the stars. Let's see, oil distillation chamber. Okay, let's put my tutorial on there. Let's play some music too. So if you remember, I did the tutorial on the distillation process that's working. Distillation's still working, haven't had any issues with it. You know, I will be bringing that back up. Like I was saying, that was one of the things I wanted to do, is actually bring the new distillation station in so that we can work on that and upgrade it and make it have more features. Alright, so if I could spell, that'd be great. Alright, so give that person the tutorial so that they can try to get their stuff working. Game is not saving. Can't capture, okay. Nearly vacuum and fuel. Holy mother. What is this? He even called it an abomination himself. I think I spot the problem already. Let's see. I can't open it, but I think if you look here, it looks like he, maybe not. I was gonna say, I think his valves are backwards, but we'll take a look at that later. I keep seeing this. People are blaming, because it's an easy victim to blame, to say, oh, it's the pressure update broke this. So like, it's a confirmation bias problem, is if your build doesn't work, it must be the pressure update. And so a lot of, like, I've done it myself where, oh, is it a pressure thing? And I've made a mistake. Like, I put a valve backwards or something, just working too fast. I forgot to put a pipe connection, as you guys saw me do recently. And then you say, oh, is it maybe it's a vacuum in the pipe problem. And so because that is the popular excuse, or not really excuse, but that's a popular culprit right now, you know, people are jumping to that conclusion. It could be, but sometimes now that's kind of the scapegoat for everything, is the pressure update. So people are attributing it to that, even when it's not necessarily that sometimes. So I'll take a look at that person's system and see what the hell's wrong. But as you can see, my ships are working. Triton was, we drove Triton, no problem. The new ship works, no problem. This is working, no problem. So it's not a, you know, it's not a global issue. It's a local issue. And that's one of the reasons I like checking these things out, is, you know, for a lot of people, you see, they think everything is broken, and it's often for them is they're just like, they're making the same mistakes potentially over and over again. Steam boilers not taking in water. They are passively, just don't pump in there. Yeah, again, people keep saying steam boilers not taking water. If you watch my tutorials, you notice they're working. So it's just, again, it's the way people are doing it. It's not necessarily the system is broken. Let's quickly check temp. Okay, so I think we're good here, man. We're at 98.9. We could theoretically overheat, but we're in the arid biome. We're in the hottest area. We're going further south, which doesn't really matter. It's the same temp, I think. But you know, we could overheat. I have it shut off now, but that's pretty good. We've gone from here all the way around the horn down to here. When we stop here to do the rescue, or over here to do the rescue, we're going to, when we stop here to do the rescue, the engines are going to cool off. So, and then we're going to head back, so. Let's keep reading, but I like looking at these, see what people are having problems with, because like you saw, like this here, this one here, they think it's a game problem. It's not. It's a methodology problem, which is fine, but you know, I'd rather give them the link so that they can have fun playing the game than not, you know. This was in Steam. I don't know what the deal is here. What is that? Again, this is the same problem. Yeah, see, this person here, this is the person that was the first one we checked. Again, come over here, click the star. If that's a problem, it is, right? Click the star. Don't make a new thread. Makes it harder for the devs to come in here and figure it out. And at the end of the day, we want them to fix it. Make it as easy as possible. Have one thing with 200 stars on it, and that's going to be the easiest way to get them to get their attention. See, this is the exact same one, constantly, over and over and over again, instead of people just starring it. Just start, man. So, like, you see all these duplicates? Here, I bet this is another duplicate. What is a refinery? It has been impossible to play for a month because of this bug. Grouchy bullshit here. Again, look, this you have 1, 2, 3 people came in here. There's only 1 star. They could take the time to complain, but they couldn't take the time to click the star. You know, that's how you get these things fixed. Click the friggin' star, guys. Have you guys been having this problem? All pivots are inverted, including wheels, even if I use inverters. Please fix problem. I don't know what that's about. That sounds weird to me. Game keeps freezing at random points and using up to 5. Okay, so this is useless. How is anyone ever going to figure out what's happening? Because right now, my game's not freezing, right? So right there, what you're going to get from the devs is cannot duplicate. That's what you're going to get. So that's frankly a useless bug report. Like, this is how you would do a bug report. Let's say my game starts to freeze. Okay, you press F1, and you take a screenshot of this. All right, we grab a screen grab of this. Okay, then you want to open it up. Because, you know, it's important to make good bug reports if you want things actually fixed. Okay, there we go. Yeah, look at this. See what your numbers are. So I had this issue, if you guys remember, months and months ago. You know, if you can diagnose part of this, there's a greater likelihood that the devs are going to fix it. So, for example, SV environment right there is 3.8 ms. That's very, very low. SV environment is static vehicle environment, so it is objects in the world. So I had an issue where one of my add-ons was colliding with something else. Well, that is causing a lot of physics calculations as you have 2 immovable objects banging against each other, right? So this was up to like, what the hell was it on? This was at hundreds of ms. So this was taking up a huge amount of processing power. All right, and so that, by looking at this stuff, you can see if your game is in slowdown, you can actually check and see what is eating up all the ms. And it's color-coded, so where are your big color codes here? And go through there. Like if we look here, you see these are all 0 ms's, 0.5s, 14. Physics join, I don't know what that's about. I don't know what physics join is for, but if you saw that was huge, you could at least tell the devs, hey, you know, when I'm near this base, at, you know, I've had this saved for 2 months. Near this base, my SV environment is at 380 ms, and it's taking up. And you can go over here. You can check your resource usage, and you can see that. Where's percentages? FPS, memory peak, GPU buffers on that. You can start to read some of this stuff. You could even bring up your RAM. And so if you look at this stuff, you can see that, for example, if your SV environment is off the charts, likely what's happening is you have a physical object, like, say, a ship banging into something, getting damaged constantly. And if it's getting damaged constantly, the game is having to animate all the physics constantly, and send all the sounds. So it's making sounds, it's making damage, it's doing all this shit, and it will eat up your processing power. And so what you'll do is you'll get a physics will drop down to nothing. So your FPS physics will go down very low. Ocean should stay the same, but physics will go dropping way low. So if you have like a 1 FPS on physics and a huge SV environment, you know that likely some sort of vehicle is banging against something. So right there, you can tell the devs, hey, I keep getting this SV environment. I posted my own bug report for my own add-on. And then I went back and I said, hey, guys, I figured it out as my add-on. So that happens sometimes. Yep, like Tandem just said, you get a vehicle NPC stuck in the terrain. That will cause an SV environment and slow down. So, like, this person's thing is just useless, frankly, because, it doesn't tell them what it is. How are they going to reproduce it, And they need to reproduce it to fix it. So it's just, like, if I was going to come in here and try to fix some bugs, I would be like, oh, I would like to fix that, but, I can't do it, Unoptimized multiplayer. This is useless. Unoptimized, most unoptimized feature in the gaming world. All right. 1, you're being a jerk. See you later. But 2, what is your internet? How does your internet look? Let's see a speed test, right? If you can run a speed test and show them what's going on here, you can show what your internet quality is. Right? There's a program I had installed that would show you the hops. I had a bad hop when I was on Comcast. In New York, every time it went into New York, it would have a bad hop. And it would I would get lag from a hop in New York off Comcast. It was not the game's fault, right? It was killing me in Tarkov, but it was not Tarkov's fault. It was Comcast's fault, And as much as it sucks, that's Comcast's fault, Yeah, 5 gigs of RAM. I have, 32? Well, like here, you can see I have 894 megabytes up, 571 down, so I have pretty good internet, so that wouldn't be the problem, Well, like, doing things like that actually help them to figure out what it is. So if you actually, like multiplayer, what server were you playing on? What was spawned? Was there somebody from, Eastern Europe playing in the same as in Western U.S.? Right there, that's going to be a nightmare. Who is hosting it? Was it on a server? Was it on your friend's PC? Oh, your friend is 4,000 miles away? That's probably why. Did you spawn 800 Titanics? Did you crash them together and keep them crashing together? You don't know any of that. They need to know this information if you actually want it to get fixed. All right, where are we at here? Let's see. So, let's watch. Keep an eye on SV environment is going up. So, likely we're getting closer to the rescue here. Oh, this is neat. Look at the oil spill. There's an oil spill from the ship. That's cool. Oil spill popped up right next to the ship. That's the first oil spill mission I've had. I have had them shut off, but that's pretty neat. So oil spill comes up from the ship. Well, like if you look now, SV environment's going up. Physics FPS is going down. Likely, it's starting to get ready to render some of the things that are have to do with the mission. So it's going to have to render fire. It's going to have to render the oil. It's going to have to render the ship. It's going to have to render the NPCs. It's going to have to do all that stuff. So, like, if you're going to write up a bug report, you come in here and be like, okay, this, and this are off the charts. This is where I am. Here's a picture of the map. This is what's on the map. There's a mission here. There's a hospital ship. Hey, there are 28 hospital ships, and my game is moving slow as hell. That will tell the devs, hey, SV, like this. This would be a good screenshot. Let's say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hospital ships, and you're right here. And your physics is at 2, and your SV environment is at, 32. And, you say, hey, man, there are 28 hospital ships in the middle here, and it's got my game to grinding to a halt. Can we limit it to 2 hospital ships per map? Because that should be easy to code in. You say, once you get 2 hospital ships, no other hospital ship can spawn. That's an easy fix, I think, Well, like, that's kind of information that I think makes it helpful. Yeah. Hopefully the oil slick doesn't catch on fire. Yeah, I haven't had any need to go to 64 yet. Like, Tarkov is my #1 memory user. And, like, I can be running Tarkov and Stormworks at the same time, and Da Vinci DaVinci is brutal on CPU. It's not bad on memory. And I'll be up at like say 80%. You know, so I don't have anything that really needs 64 yet. 64 eventually, you know, there'll be games I need 64, but I don't have anything yet that needs it. You know, just running 32 gigs at the moment. But you know, once I need it, I'll get it. But I just haven't needed it. Like my brother just bought, I think, 64. My friend just bought 64, and that's the next logical upgrade. But you know, I just don't need it yet. So let's check our temp. We're at 100 degrees, so and we're dropping. Look at our temp going down. So again, when people tell you that the cooling is broken, not really. The fluid ports are 100% misbalanced. They need to be balanced, 100%. They need to balance them. But using 2 heat sinks, these engines are damn big and powerful. We're in the arid biome. We're in the hot zone, and you know, we're not overheating. So that was a pretty easy fix. Just, you know, you guys watched me swap out from raw water cooling to heat sinks. And that's realistic. They use heat sinks IRL. You know, you just, the thing why heat sinks work is you're never pumping water through a fluid port. Right now, the fluid ports are the broken part. 100%, I admit it, I agree. Broken part of the game, fluid ports. But, or they're not really broken, they're misbalanced. Broken implies they don't work at all. They do work, they don't flow enough liquid for some of the things we need to do. And so, you know, the heat sink works fine. The heat sink is flowing enough water that I'm able to cool and keep good flow rates. You know, a big paradigm shift for a lot of people was going from electric pumps to impellers. Again, people think they need to spin their impeller at 9 million RPS. You don't. 7.2 RPS is what I found will max out. Any faster than that, it does not give you a higher flow rate. So there's really no point. So you might as well, if your engine's spinning at 20, you might as well do a 3-1 facing the opposite direction and down gear it so that it's only spinning at 7.2, because there's no point, you know. You're stealing power from your engine for no reason. I can see the oil slick, see it? That's neat. I think the oil's neat. I do think they need to work on it, though. Absolutely. They need to work on that oil. But notice, we're now losing temperature. Let's see if we actually went to the cooler zone. Nope, we're still in the hot zone. So we're effectively cooling. We haven't gone to the cool zone. So, down to the cool zone. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of taking away stuff like that. Like if they're actually like intended to get rid of raw water cooling, and if they are, they need to tell us. They need to say, "Hey guys, we want to go more in a direction of realism. Raw water cooling is not realistic because it will damage engines." Now, there are certain engines like outboards that use raw water cooling. So, raw water cooling can be used, but for short periods of time. And then you're going to need to repair your engine. So you either need to despawn the vehicle and respawn it, or repair your engine. And so, maybe use your outboard for like, say, an hour in-game, and you need to just hit it once with a torch. It's not a big deal, but it's what you have to do, because an outboard, you don't have the space, you have to do raw water cooling. And then you would use a more realistic system like liquid liquids, or you would use a heatsink. But likely, I don't think it's an intended thing, because I think what it was is they slowed down some of that the fluid transfer, because you were getting too much delta P, and the change in pressure was too much. You were getting a lot of banging noise. You were getting it where people were literally getting blown out of hatches who couldn't get in their ships. Stuff like that. That was really just, it was too much. And so I think they're still struggling and trying to come up with a balance, you know. And I understand it, man. It's tough. How do you come up with a balance for that? It's tough. Preset engine. This jet does not have a battery. Is that a compressor? If that's a compressor doesn't need a battery. This I don't think it needs a connection there, really. Let me look. Hold on. Stand by. We're there. All right, where are we? I try to not get too close to this, because I don't know when. Fuck! I just teleported. You son of a bitch! All right, I just teleported by accident here. Let's go back. I meant to put a waypoint, and I teleported. Well, look at how big that ship is. You know, it's again, you get the people who say, oh, you know, the missions are all the same. They're not. They really just aren't. You know, there's a lot of mission variety. There are a lot of duplicates, but go sleep in your bed, get a new mission. You know, there's quite a few missions to do. Like, this mission is way out. You notice the waves are getting bigger. You know, and you'll get some of the same people complaining about the no mission variety, and we just did get space, but they don't like space, so they don't want to count that. So it's kind of a confirmation bias. They don't like space, so they won't count that as a new mission type. But there is. Like, I just had a space mission. I don't want to do it. I'm not interested in doing it right now, but it was to go up and rescue somebody off the moon. You know? Yeah, you know, like bilge pumps are creating vacuums in the ship. There was just too much delta P problem, and they solved, or they did a stopgap to solve the delta P problem. They made it so that ships flood more slowly. The problem is if you have water coming in too fast, it's going to compress the air, and now you have a ton of compressed air, and you can't get rid of it fast enough. You have problems, and so that is a problem. So what did they do? They slowed down water intrusion to help fix other problems. It would not surprise me at all if they have a long plan to try to fix these things. It's going to take some time, though. You know, balancing is the longest part of doing a... Oh, shit. Don't hit that guy. All right. You know, that's one of the longest parts of doing some of this stuff because it really is just the... you know, you could spend the rest of your life trying to balance it perfectly, you know. Because it's just, are you ever going to get the correct balance? You know, who knows? You know, so it's really challenging. You know, and you balance, you can easily balance an entire group's gameplay away, where they have no gameplay anymore. You know. Okay, there is a fire in there. All right, it's just inside. You know, you think of like the sinking ship survival people. Right now, most of their gameplay is gone because. They can't quickly sink a ship in 5 minutes, and they have a they have a small attention span, and you know, and oh, shit, come on. I need to put on my fire suit. This is the other thing I think they did that like some people misunderstood it, or this is my take on it. Is one of the things with getting burned from a larger distance is it increases the challenge of the game. You need a fire suit. So, like, when they were making it so you could get burned by a furnace, well, you know, it might have been an intention that you need a fire suit if you're going to get that close to a furnace. So anytime you go somewhere that's super hot, you need to put on a fire suit. It makes you have to use it. What the fuck is the door? Trying to get in here. Burning to death, and I can't find the door. What is it? R? Yeah, R now. Okay. You know, so balancing again is going to be the part that's going to take forever, you know, and it's and hopefully they come up with a good enough balance. I think they will, you know. You're going to get some people who are just never going to be happy anyway, and so the real answer to those specific people is you're never going to make them happy, so don't try, you know. And I'm sure we've all encountered those people in our life that are just, you know, can never be pleased, and so you pretty much say, hey, this person's never going to be pleased. I'm not even going to bother. You know, and there are a bunch of those people in this community who are just like, no matter what you do, they have a grouchy comment. You don't say anything. They say, oh, well, the devs don't ever tell us anything. You say, hey, this week's announcement week we're going to do, oh, you know, what's the point? You barely told us anything. It's like, well, what do you want, man? You know, and at the end of the day, some people just want to grouch, you know, and that's what some of them are going to do. Clear. All right, let's get you a health pack here. There, Johnny Red Hat. All right, I'm going to leave the person in front of me swimming in the drinky poo. We got a bunch that are incapacitado, and so we need to get all these people because that guy had like 5 minutes left before he was dead toast shark food, so we need to find all the dead toast shark food people. This one here. Zing! Look at that hair. You are a specimen of a woman. Bring her with us. The old gray beehive. Look at all this good crude oil going into my... So 10 people we have to rescue here. So I'm going to keep looking for incapacitados first, because they are the ones that are going to die if I don't. And I want the cash. And secondly, I want them to live. It could be management, you know? Never know. Alright, let's see. There was one here. Oh, I can't... You know what? I can't refresh my... Somebody was saying that the defibs are not getting refreshed with electricity. I'm not 100% if that's true, so that could be a problem. I didn't even think of that. Oh, come on, jump in the boat, you jackass. Hi, jump, you scumbag. Get up there, son. There we go, son. In. Thanks. I gotta get this guy healed so I don't have to buzz him again. Give me this. Okay. Alright, yeah, I don't know if I can, recharge this defib. Let's stick it in there. I don't know. People have been saying it's not working, so... I don't know. Worst case, we'll just feed them to the fishes. You know, I was going to tie off to the ship, but the problem is this ship is much, much bigger than me, and there's a good chance it could easily just take me down, so it's better actually to go for a swimmy poo than to deal with it. Ooh, look at all that free hose. Giggity. You know, I'd love to see some more community engagement by the devs by, you know, they know some people are bored with missions, and they would like some more missions, so do a little contest, man. Like I said, let them just pick. Like, you know, I think community pick content sometimes is not a good idea, because they don't, you know, the community doesn't have the same goals as the devs. The devs need to make a game that functions for a bunch of different communities, and so, you know, are you going to get one that people pick that's just absolute disaster, that just, like, eats processing power and, like, 10% of the community can actually use? Or do you say, you know, hey, as the devs, we're going to pick missions that everybody can use, you know? Because they can't have a mission that, you know, destroys your PC because it uses up too much processing power. They need to make them all work. And so, you know, they need to just pick, frankly. Oh, what do we got in there for Johnny's? 4? Okay, so 5, 6. There's another one on the deck. I'm going to plug in the defib. I don't think it's going to work. We're going to probably have some deaths because of that. But if that's a bug, I'm not going to worry about it. You know. Yeah. You know, I think most of the issues with the game right now are minor. Like, one of the people that drives me nuts on Reddit was talking about, like, you know, games is broken beyond repair. It's like, dude, play every day. You know, I understand that you don't like the game anymore. That's fine. Stop playing. Go play something else. I get it. It's not the game for you anymore. You know, and like I said, I don't want to sell anybody on this game who would not enjoy it. If you don't, like, I know my brother would not enjoy this game. You know, Monk will not enjoy this game. There are people that I play other games with. Oh, they cleared my spool. Nice. There are people who I play other games with who would be awesome if they'd play this with me, but they're just not interested. And, you know, I talked to, I think, Citrus about this. Is like, there's no point in trying to get your friends to play a game that they'll never enjoy. Find a game that you guys enjoy together, play that together, and then find other people who you'll enjoy playing that game with if you don't want to play by yourself. And then everybody's having a good time, because trying to force a friend to play a game that they're never going to like, that's no fun. You know, they're going to do it because they're your friend and they want to play with you, and they're not going to have a great time. It's better to say, hey, man, what games do you like to play? Okay, nope. Oh, hey, look, we both like to play this game. Let's play that together. And then find some other friends who like to play that game, because, you know, if you're not enjoying it, it's you know, it's not going to be any fun. I might cheat and go get another defib, because, you know, theoretically it's a bug. They should be recharging. We'll check it, see if it's recharged. We still have a couple minutes. I don't mind, like, using, You know, the main thing for me is the creative menu is there to smooth out gameplay. You know, if I forget something or I need something that was a legitimate mistake, instead of getting all annoyed with it, I just I use it like that. Like, if I'm getting sick of being out here, or I gotta go to dinner in 20 minutes, and it's gonna take me forever to get out of here, yeah, turn on no clip, man. The point of the game is to have fun. Do what you need to have fun. Oh, I lost the person when I no clipped. All right, so let's check the defib. I think. Okay, it's at 0. Okay, so let's do this. Let's save. Precautionary save. All right, what's date? 9. All right, so let's use our tools to have fun today in the game, right? That's at the end of the day, if I was to come up with a thesis of what I think is important, is do that. Use the tools to have fun. So we'll teleport. We'll grab a new defib. All right. And now we can continue to have fun. We can continue to rescue these people and be a hero here. So you notice we're slowed down for a little bit there. Let's look at that. See what's up. Okay, it was just the spawning. You can see everything's smoothed out. It was just the spawning was the issue. So, all right, now we can teleport back. So utilizing the creative menu, we can play however we want, right? You know, so should we be able to recharge our defibrillator while we're out doing a mission? Oh, shit, broken ankle. Absolutely. Is it a bug in the game? Maybe. Or is it an intended feature that the defibrillator is not rechargeable? Maybe. And so if it bothers you that you can't recharge it, put it in as a bug report, put it in as a feature request, and then, you know, go teleport, go get another one, you know, or bring 2. You know, you get to, at the end of the day, you can control if you're enjoying it or not, you know. Like right now, okay? Let's get moving, right? You're sick of climbing up that ladder 200 times? Don't. Come in here, no clip, you know. All it's like is if you're, you know, you're in a movie and instead of, you know, seeing every piece of mundane action, you just accelerate a couple pieces of the monotony. You know, so that's why I like to turn it on. Just lets me do what I want to do. You know, like, this isn't realistic, jumping off the side with Ding Dong here in the banana suit. But, you know, it lets you have fun. And if you're having fun, you're playing correctly. That's the thing a lot of people don't understand is, if you're having fun, you're playing it right. If you're having a miserable time, you're not playing right. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Jesus, banana face. Get out of there. Jumping up in my gob. Right. Oh, look at all these people. Again, you know, when people say that, you know, the missions are all the same, that right there is, what are we talking, 8, 9? We have one more person. That's 10 people on this mission. That's a big old mission. That's fun. You know, you just got to play for a little while. I have this save. We're on episode 29. Half of the episodes I probably do in my custom game and actually just build. So, you know, you don't need to play constantly either to get these more challenging missions. Putting your no clip on will give you the further away missions. You know, so you want some harder missions, put no clip on. There's one right here. See, like, this guy's got 2 minutes left. If we were like 2 minutes later, he'd be dead. You know, so this is definitely a mission that would benefit from, like I said, a seaplane. You need the speed. The speed component would have helped us out here. It ended up working out. You know, but we definitely have dead people if I didn't teleport, you know. And so a seaplane would be really good for this mission because it's far away. We're going to be able to grab all the people and quickly get back. You know, the other thing, too, is, like, say you don't want to, like, say I got bored and I don't want to head all the way back. Okay, save the game, and then you can go back to load up your custom game, do a little bit of building, you know. All right, so let's quickly look at our stats, our stuff here. So if you look, we're still at 36 FPS. Really nothing showing really crazy, you know. So let's go APU. So, like, I forgot to turn my APU on when I stopped, right? Look at my batteries. See how low my batteries are? Oh, my God, that sucks. Oh, rant, rave. Oh, quit. Nope. All right, there we go. Just turn the my APU might not be working. Let me check. Okay, APU's on. Look at the battery. All right, so actually we didn't even need to do that. I didn't even need to do that. So I built my systems correctly, but I was showing you guys that, like, oh my god, I ran my electricity out. Click infinite electricity on for 2 seconds, and now the APU's on. You're good. But guess what I also have? Backup battery. If I click the backup battery, you don't need to do that. So, like, that tells you, hey, next time I should put a backup battery on there. And that's it. You know, so it's like little things like that. You know, that's why the first thing I tell people is put on the custom menu. You know, the point is to have fun. And I think it's a great way to just make the game where you can have as much fun as you want. You know? All right, let's get out of here. Let's go to the hospital ship. I don't like going to the hospital boat, but it's very close compared to what we have to do to get to the other place. So. Yeah, you know, and you know, at the end of the day, the game is a building game. And we can tell what the game is and what the game's supposed to be by what the devs make it. Now, you know, it's one of my pet peeves. You'll see in these weekly updates, you'll see some of the standard characters in the comments. I bought a Coast Guard rescue game. You know, it says build and rescue. Where is, you know, oh, because you added iron mining, it is no longer a rescue game. Of course, it's still a rescue game. Every mission, or the vast majority of the missions, I would say 90% of the missions, are rescue missions. You know, I do probably more missions than most people, and it's mission after mission after mission of Coast Guard stuff. You know, stuff that the Coast Guard would do. So, but at the end of the day, the game is what the devs make it. You know, and they get to make the decisions. You know, if you want to make all the decisions and have a game exactly tailored how you want it, you have to make your own game. You know, and that's kind of, you know, there were some people who were like, oh, well, you know, if they want to stay profitable, they need to listen to us. No, that's not how profitability works. Profitability doesn't mean you need to make every possible dollar that you could ever make in the world, because then everybody would make mobile games with millions and billions of microtransactions. That's what they would make, because those are like the most profitable games in the world. No. There are certain businesses called lifestyle businesses where I have a job that lets me get a salary that lets me live how I want. And so you see this a lot, right? You have a little mom and pop grocery, and the mom and pop grocery pays for them to have a modest house and puts food on the table, and they were able to raise a family, and their kids were able to get good jobs off of it. And they never became rich, but they didn't care because they had everything they wanted and everything they needed. And so, you know, you don't need to make every penny possible in this game. You need, you know, and I'm glad the devs don't do that. They could do some easy stuff to, like, rake in extra money by selling out. And I don't think they do that, you know, and that's good. You know, there are some games that just, like, sell out and do microtransactions out the ass and do stuff like that. And luckily, I don't think this game does that, which is cool. So it definitely looks like we're a little bit of slowdown. Again, the scale is tough on Brigeau because it's so big. You know, we're going 46 knots, but this looks like a small boat. It is not. Like, look at how big this thing is. That has 10 people inside, and let's actually get a pic real quick of that. It has 10 people inside, and it has a lot of deck space. Yeah, so we'll try to get hooked up with the hospital ship. This is actually a pretty easy boat to get connected to the hospital ship. We just hook with the anchor. Now let's catch up with chat. Yeah, I think he's a Shriner, David. Yeah, my grandfather was a Shriner. I'm catching up with chat here, guys. Yeah, you used to be able, like Tanum's saying, you know, you could keep pumping air in a room with a hatch open. You know, these are tough things to figure out because if you remember, they were having a ton of issues with, not too long ago, a month ago, when you would spawn your ship, you would hear a bunch of air rushing out. All right, they changed that because that's friggin' obnoxious, and like you'd have panels blowing off. I remember it was not that long. It was like half a month ago, maybe. I built a moon pool, right? No, it actually wasn't even a moon pool. It was a pool, right? It was a tank with a door frame on the top. It was a pool, and the air would constantly rush out at high pressure, and you could literally jump over it, and you would fly. All right, that's some weird shit, right? And so what did they do? They reduced delta P, change in pressure, so that that wouldn't happen. And that's, I think, what they had to do. That they had to shoot crazy, right? They got rid of crazy, and the consequence of getting rid of that crazy behavior was to have other things not work correctly. And so now they need to figure out a way, how can we make those things that don't work correctly now work and not go back to crazy? And so that's the more difficult thing, it's kind of like, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. It's like, to get to 90% is easy, right? You make a big swing, you get to 90%. The last 10% is very challenging, and the last 1% is impossible, right? And so it's easy to get 90% there, but the last 10% takes 90% of the time, and that last 1%, you'll never get there. You'll never get to that level of perfection. So I think that's part of what's going on too. Is, they get to the point where they just can't get there. So like this here, as you can see, I turned the APU on. We ran out of battery. I meant to turn the APU on when I went for the rescue, because remember the fire hose is going. So the fire hose used up all that electricity, and the APU would have taken care of it, but I forgot to turn it on. So that's why I highly recommend that people put in backup batteries. All I have there is a breaker with a separate battery. And if you ever get in that situation where you've run your battery down, again, you can easily click on creative menu and put on infinite electricity for the 2 seconds it takes you to start your engines to get your generators going again. Or you click your backup battery and turn your APU on, and bingo, you're back running. It's something I've hard learned over a lot of experience doing that. All right, let's catch back up with this. Let's find the hospital ship. Just update this. New oil spill. Pistols. All right, 7 minutes out. Make sure all these Johnnies aren't dying. This guy's getting low in health, but he's all right. We'll jumpstart him if he needs it. Catch up on chat. Yeah. All the same criticism. And then, let me see. I'll read this first. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Bachelor. Just, I understand the brain dead NPC. Would it be cool if they would be a little bit more animated? Sure. I would like it if they would get out of the fire. The only issue with that is if they get out of the fire, well, then you never need to res anybody. So I'm curious if that's an artifact of, if they stand in the fire, they'll become incapacitated, and then if they're incapacitated long enough, they'll die. So a more challenging mission, 5 people get incapacitated. You have to have a defib them. I would like the NPCs to be a little bit more active. I agree with that. You don't want them you don't want them swimming around like assholes though, or running around like jackasses with their hair on fire, because then you have to chase them and try to grab them to get them to stop. Maybe shoot them with a tranquilizer dart. But I get that. Would it be cool if people were running around a little at the scenes of some of these things? Yeah, that would be cool. That would add a little more life. The only thing that I think would be worrisome to me is, let's say you have NPCs running around. If you remember the last crash I had all those NPCs in the hospital, and 2 of them got pushed together when the door opened, and it caused the game to crash because you had 2 entities in the same space, and it caused the game to crash. So is it a problem if you have a couple NPCs running around? Do they clip into each other and then crash the game? So I think that's something they can work around. But it would be kind of cool if NPCs were moving around a little bit more active, alive. I think one of the things too is the dev team is very small, So it's hard to say, is it worth the time for them to animate the NPCs. Is that going to make the people who have that criticism happy? Maybe, maybe not. You know, like I would love to have more interactive NPCs. I'm just trying to think, what would you need to do? Like what would be kind of cool? Like, you know what would be kind of a cool thing for NPCs to do if they, like, you go somewhere and they say, like, let's say they're waving their hands, right? They already have an animation for waving their hands. You get close to the NPC, and then maybe, like, they don't do a voice line to you, but they do a text line to you. So you get close to them and they say, help, 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 Timmy's down the well. And then I'll show you. And then they run and you follow them. That would be kind of cool. That would be cool. That would be less brain dead NPCs. I would like that. That would be a lot of fun. See, like, I'm terrified of these two getting close to each other. Look at that. No, touchy, touchy. And, look, she was grabbing at something. What are you after there? Where's your hand? Where is your hand, madam? Madam. Okay, good. She showed him to me. They're in deep love. She keeps grabbing at something. But, anyway, so I would love that. That would be super cool. That would be really, you know what would be awesome? They have the dogs, right? Do a Lassie type mission. You know, you go somewhere. Hey, there's a, you know, there's a mission here or whatever. There's a rescue here, and you get there, and there's a dog, and you walk up the dog, and you hear bark, 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 and the dog runs, and it runs like 10 feet away from you. And then it stops. And if you follow, the dog keeps running, and it goes to a well, and there's an NPC down the well. And you have to get a crane, and you have to pull Timmy out of the well. That would be hilarious. That would be awesome. I love that. But the only thing that I say that might be why it doesn't happen is that the best use of their time? And I would love it, personally. That would be great for me. I would love it. But is that going to bring the person who might have stepped away from the game because they're bored, is that going to bring them back? Maybe, maybe not. You know, so I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But you know what I do know has excited a bunch of people? The new propellers and the new pulleys. That is, I think that has brought a good bit of people back to the game. You know, again, it's all anecdotal evidence, but like if we look on the main creation showcase, I've been seeing a bunch of cool new pulley and winch stuffs. Right after they did the props, a lot of people who are even grouchy people, often in the comments, were happy with the new parts. People are like, oh, I've been asking for this for long. There was a post on Reddit, people saying, oh, are the devs actually trying to bring the game back? Like, the devs are trying to break the game, but, you know, with the new parts. And so, like, you know, you've got a bunch of stuff with the new parts. I think with these new parts, I think they definitely bring a lot of people back. They've really inspired me to, like, want to build some new cranes. That's really been a good inspiration to me. So stuff like that, I'm really excited about the new pulleys. The new props are awesome. So I think they're doing a pretty good thing. It said, if we read the announcement, I'm out of fuel. Shit. I'm out of fuel, maybe. Yeah, I'm out of fuel. Alright. That was unexpected. I didn't know I was going to run out of fuel. Let's just do this. I'm just going to cheat. Screw it. Alright, we're going to run infinite fuel here. It's good to know. I didn't know the range of this. So the range of this is, let's look at the range. That was actually a pretty good distance. We went from here, up around, down here, and we got to there. So that was our range. So we need a vehicle with longer range than this. So that's good to know. Yeah. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to just turn on infinite fuel at the moment, and we'll keep that in mind where our range is. But we definitely need a bigger rescue vehicle. That would be something cool. Like, you know, later game, once we get a little bit more into the live series, what we would probably do is we'd probably be somewhere out on the home ship, and we would send a helicopter out. Because this is so far away, like I said, if I had a base where I could launch it from, I would have taken Seagull. Seagull would have been able to fly out, land, grab, fly back, done. So, Brigeau is just not. That's just too far for Brigeau. So, but we'll keep that in mind in the future. That Brigeau needs something. We need a rescue boat that has a longer range. We need something with some big fuel capacity that's fast. Yeah, but that would be kind of cool for missions. So I certainly agree with that. I'm just curious, what is the best use of their time? Is it, you know, they definitely said the majority of their time is going to be for. It's going to be for fixes. If we go to the December 1st update, where is it? So December 1st update, they kind of laid out what their plan is. So right here it says, next week is mostly fixes and improvements, but does include a minor new feature. While we are using the majority of our time for fixes, we are reserving a small amount of time to introduce smaller new features and plan to add something new on average every 4 weeks. So we should expect about every 4 weeks on average, we should be getting something new, which I think is a good pace for people to get a new part, play with the part. Some people are going to get bored. Some people, like me, are going to just be able to keep going. And then a new part's going to come out, and it's going to keep the community engaged. There are some people saying, like, oh, just do fixes. I think they underestimate, like, if you watch, you'll see a ton of people come back when there's a new part, because they're like, oh, cool, I'd like to try out that new part. And then they get bored, and they want to step away. And then if another new part comes out, oh, I'll try this new part for a little while. You know, and some people struggle to get some inspiration. Like, oh, new pulleys, I'm going to make some cranes. And they spend a month building cranes. And then they start to get bored with cranes, and then a new part comes out, and they say, ooh, I want to try those parts, you know. And so I think that's a good strategy, you know. So, but I definitely agree. It would be cool if we could get some more lively NPCs. But what are your, like, what do you think when you say that, Basilicious? Because I can't think too much about, like, what would make the NPCs more fun, you know? Yeah, like I'm reading David's comment here. It goes, if the community choice mission, you'd have a random mission to rescue 100 people off a giant passenger liner with a tsunami, whirlpool, and tornado with a meteor shower incoming. Yep. It would be ultra lag fest. Anybody without a beef PC would absolutely run like crap. It just wouldn't work. You know, the devs need to say, hey, we're gonna pick the top 3 choices. We're gonna pick 3 of them as missions we're gonna add to the game. Because they can say, yep, this mission is bonkers, crazy town. We're not going to do this bonkers, crazy town. These are well optimized. That's the other thing too. Is like, if you look at some of the optimized ships, they're like empty with physics flutters in them. Very little physics, very basic. They work with the current system of the game. You know, like, I don't know how any of that stuff works, like the API for the game, so, like, I couldn't build a detailed mission, but, like, I could come up with some cool ideas, you know, and so that's the kind of thing that, you know, the devs need to pick it. You know, they need to say, yep, that's like an insane amount of polygons, half the people's PCs are going to catch on fire, that's just bonkers crazy town, that doesn't fit the theme of the game we're trying to build. And then these missions are perfectly right on the money, you know. So I think that's kind of what you end up would turn into good missions. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to bump this sucker. So we're going to shut vehicle damage off. What is going on here? I'm having a store up. We're having a problem here. There we go. Okay. We either used up all... There are so many people in here, we might have used up the oxygen in the room. That could have been what happened, so... Like, I would love to see some updates to the game. For example, we've talked about this before, the addition of... Where's my sink? Ah, you suck. I would love to see the addition of... Oh, geez. What I was going to say. I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm trying to steer at the same time I'm doing this. Oh, autopilot's on, that's why. Autopilot was on, okay. I couldn't steer because the autopilot was on. I was wondering why my steering went funky bananas. You know, the devs definitely do have overarching plan. We could see that with space, right? They talked about it. They worked on it for years. You know, some people think they're just like flying by the seat of their pants. Like, they're literally, they have to plan these things out for years. And so it's, they don't always make the best decisions, absolutely. But they do have to plan out some of these things for years. So it's like some of these things that, like somebody puts up a suggestion, it's like, you know, they might already have something in the plan, or they're like, why do they do it like this? Well, it could be because they're planning for something else as well. Like I said with maybe hydraulics is, you know, if they're doing hydraulics. Okay, I'm trying to get my anchor set. I need to do this just right to get the anchor set on the hull. Oh, you fucker. I wasn't paying attention. Trying to steer right up behind it and set the anchor. The way my anchor works, I have to do it just right or it's not going to work. I'm trying to rush too. I need to slow down. Yeah, the other thing I think would be an absolute nightmare, and I can only imagine, is every time they make a big change, they have to, every time they make a big change, they have to, like, redo a bunch of these mission vehicles, which that's got to be tough, man. You know, like, imagine if, like, they change something with pressure or something with how something works, and then they have to go back and change all the mission vehicles. Is like, ugh. You know, like, imagine if I told you you have to go back. Oh, shit. Just screwed up. Okay. You have to go back and change, like, 20 of your vehicles today. You know, that would be brutal, man. Why is this not attaching? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Attach, you prick. It's the anchor is flipped the way it is. It wants to grab the hull and not grab the boat here. There we go. Oh, it's so close to grabbing. Come on, grab, you son of a bitch. Trying to get that. That's usually how I do it with the anchor. I'm trying to get the grab. It's going to grab the hull here in a second. It just did. Fucker. Okay. There we go. Let's see if I can get it to grab the bottom here. Okay. Oh, it's so close. Why won't it grab? Fuck. Okay. I'm just going to rope it off. I was trying to get that anchor to grab. Usually I can get it to grab, but it's just being a pain in the ass right now. There it is. I got it. It hooked. Okay, it finally. No, it hooked to my hull. All right, never mind. It's not gonna hook right. I gotta get rid of this friggin' thing here. This off. That's why I shut off damage. Is I'm slamming into it, and pushing on an object for too long will cause it to eat shit and die. So. Got to be careful doing that. It will eventually just shit the bed. Let's do 8 meters. Let's do 4 meters. 4 meters, I hope, is enough. Yeah, I think that's fine. Nope. 8 then. 8. All right. Something between 8 and 4, that's just excessive, like the difference. I understand why they do it that way, but it's excessive. Alright, let's get these friggin' people off, especially the ones that are hurting already. I want to get them healed up. One of them already ate shit. He was the one that I was looking for. Are we out of health packs? We are. Okay, we gotta go move. Jump on with this crazed Johnny here. It is kind of fun, the hospital ship. So I remember what I was going to say was like one thing a lot of people have been asking for is the ability to control the drawbridges. Also the ability to like have a frequency on the back, have a standardized frequency system where we just tune in a radio and, you know, trigger it so that it stops the hospital boat. So it just does a stop signal. That would be kind of cool. So you get up behind this hospital ship, it says the frequency for this hospital ship is 692. You do 692 in your radio, and it sends a stop signal to the hospital boat. And once you get out of range, it resets it, and the hospital ship does whatever it wants. I'm just gonna do this because I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered to play this silly game. I'm in a little bit of slowdown mode. If we look again, we can kind of see what's going on there. A little bit of slowdown, not that bad actually. It's 32, so it's not terrible. But yeah, you can see how big Vrijo is. It's not a small boat. It's a big boat. You know. I'll catch up with Chad. I'm just trying to get this mission done before too long. Oh, I did it again. It's annoying. I'm in slowdown mode and I keep hitting that crooked. That person accept? There it is, right here. Okay. It's not jump like an asshole like I've done 12 times already. You coming there, darling? Come on, get up there, darling. You gonna get accepted? I remember who she is. She's Blondie with the red sweater. So see if I get accepted on her. If I don't, I'll move her. There we go. I just got her accepted now. There we go. The mission will end when it's everybody too, and I'll know if I need to go figure out another one. Oh, this guy's almost on death's door here. Let's just get him received so I don't have to deal with him. I don't have to deal with this shit. I don't have another reser, so. Come on. Health pack on me. Not health packs. There he goes. He just got rescued. He was wicked low on health, so I didn't get much money for him. Nah, your problem now, guys. I think the hospital ship is kind of cool. A lot of the stuff could use an update, though. Which is, it's hard, man. You eventually get to the point where, let's say they had double the number of missions, double the categories of missions. If they make any changes, they got to double up on, they need to double up on updating the missions. And so it's like, that could be a nightmare. I can only imagine, like, I get bored with, like, going back to my old builds that I don't use anymore. And imagine if you had to go back and, like, repair 20 ships because something changed, and it's like, ugh, like, that's something I think is kind of unsung a little bit, is imagine if they had a bunch of things that they never get to, okay, good, that's done. You know, they don't get any credit for, like, going back and fixing a bunch of ships because of a change, you know. What is going on with, my engine stop? Okay, we're good. Defib, this is my second defib. That can just go out the window there. Alright, let's get out of here. We'll probably finish it up when we get back. That was a good, good bit of stuff going on with this. We, finished up that little minivan, which will be a lot of fun. The other cool thing that is different. Remember how we used to always flood these, and now they don't flood as easily. That's another cool thing with slowing down the flood factor. It hurts the old, Kraken crowd, but it's cool because I used to hate that this deck would get swamped and these would fill with water. That used to suck. So they're probably getting a little water, but slowly, That was a fun mission. A lot of people there. Pretty cool. New interior. I'll read chat. I'm way behind on chat. I gotta catch up, but I just want to get this mission done. Alright, let's get waypoint in there. Cat's visiting. Watch him try to shut something off like he did yesterday. What's up, buddy? He's gonna sit on my shoulders. Ugh, scratch me. What are you doing, bud? He like sits in the back of my neck. It's just like his goal is to harass. What's up, buddy? Alright, let me catch one, chat. Alright, finished on Dave. Yeah, I think that's important, is to have it be curated where like the devs can say, yep, nope, not doing that, yep, not doing that, not doing that, not doing that, not doing that. And like the worst thing they could ever do, like I don't show the points from any of the build challenges. Not gonna ever do it. And the reason is, like, somebody's gonna be like, that guy got one more point than me, or that guy's workshop was better than mine. And it's like, that's the sort of shit you never want to get into. And so it's like, the best thing for the devs to do is like, run the competition and just pick a couple, And don't even say why you picked them. Just, you don't know, they don't owe anybody an explanation on that. Just, we had our own we had our own criteria, and we chose based on that, because you're gonna get people arguing like, you picked that guy's mission, you said his was more optimized than mine. Well, mine does this, and this, so mine's obviously more optimized. And then they have to spend their time where they should be working on the game being like, dude, you had no physics flutters. We ran it on our test PC, and you were 10 FPS lower than him. They have to go back and justify themselves. It's better just be like, we picked 3 missions. Congratulations, Bob, Jim, and Tim. Where your missions are going to be in the game. Done. Don't ever explain it and just ignore everybody. That's frankly how a lot of this stuff has to. Tarkov is for masochists. Yes. Do a build series? What do you mean? This is a build series. Yeah, what do you mean? I just built last 2 days. I built a van. What are you doing there, sweet boy? Cat's goal is to get it up in my face as much as humanly possible so that I feed him again. I keep saying this, AC. What do you mean by fixing multiplayer? Explain. I see, like, people think it's a magic 2 words. They can put fix multiplayer and anybody understands what you mean. The problem with multiplayer is there's a million different parameters, and half of them are based on, do you have a good internet? Do you have a good PC? Is it a good server? Are you running it locally? How far away are the people from the host? What are you launching? I can literally play multiplayer with, I've played multiplayer with 5-6 people on a weekly basis when we did the workbench. We had 0 problems, but it was 6 people. We didn't launch a ton of crazy vehicles. Like, at times we had 6 vehicles up. And then you'll go to some of these public servers for the game, and there'll be 20 people with 20 Titanics, and they, somebody leaves the server and leaves their Titanic up. They start blowing everything up with C4. Somebody launches a bunch of Krakens. And yeah, of course. So, saying fix multiplayer, I think, is not really a useful thing. Like, what do you mean by fix multiplayer? Like, for example, if you had a server and it was on a good server, good quality server, and you put a ping limitation on there. You put a 200 ping limit, and you said there can only be 5 people on the server at once, and you cannot launch anything that is bigger than the standard workbench. You cannot launch anything that is not optimized. And so you have a whitelist for builds. So the only builds that can go in that server are whitelisted builds. It would run fine, but the problem is, people would be like, well, I want to launch my vehicle. Well, your vehicle's not optimized. Your vehicle's going to crash the server. I want 10 of my friends to come. Oh yeah, 10 of your friends come, the game's going to crash. I want my friend who's 3,000 miles away and has a terrible internet connection to join. Okay, well, that's going to cause rubber banding like a mother. Well, I want to be up in the Arctic, and I want to be down in the arid biome, and I want to be on the moon. Okay, well, now it's going to be an absolute disaster. So, I think a lot of people underestimate what this, you need a game to start from scratch with multiplayer, and even at that, it doesn't guarantee it. There are plenty of games that have multiplayer as their primary purpose, and they still have massive desync problems, hit registration problems, and for example, a game like Tarkov is designed to be multiplayer first and foremost, and Tarkov had huge hit reg problems, it had rubber banding problems. It still is a problem where sometimes it takes me 10 minutes to get into a raid, 10 minutes sitting there doing nothing, waiting, because somebody has a terrible PC and they're loading the game on a hard drive instead of an SSD, and I'm literally sitting there for 10 minutes waiting for that one person. And so, you can say fix multiplayer, but there's a lot to it, and I don't understand what people mean by that. I love an explanation of that. My trains are always way too powerful. Yeah, I think that would be super cool with the NPCs interacting with you. Like I said, you show up and the guy's like, over here, and he shows you some cool thing like Timmy down the well. Or I would love to see multi-part missions where, for example, you go to part 1 and something happens, then you go to part 2 and something happens. The problem is you can't drastically change the game, I don't think, unless you did a huge overhaul where, for example, let's say, an NPC, you drive after an NPC, so you'd have to make NPCs that can drive and they're automated. Well, the problem is you have to have something on rails. So let's say you're going to do a car chase, right? Car chase would be cool, but the issue is going to be, if you hit a bump wrong in game, you'll flip. So what happens if the NPC hits the bump wrong and flips? Does the mission end? What happens? So that sort of thing could be detrimental, where a lot of people don't understand that in most games, they put them on rails. They can't roll over. So they'd have to come up with a new system, put things on rails. So, I think sometimes it's easy to just say these things, but it's actually hard to implement them. Yeah, drug interdiction would be a cool mission. That would be a really cool mission. See, I think you could animate something like a speedboat. The problem is you would also have to put in a weather control, because, some of my speedboats you can pretty much run at any weather condition. But, for example, people will see the... Stand by. For example, in game, you'll see a lot of helicopters that are in the ocean. Well, if the wind is too high, the helicopter has to spawn instantly turn on its rotors, and then the gyro has to figure out what to do to get it to behave itself. And so sometimes if the wind is too high or it drops too low, if you ever watch the refueling plane spawn in, it spawns in up here and it does a nosedive and then it recovers, because the autopilot is trying to figure out what the hell it's doing and fix itself. And it's a lot of calculations, because the vehicle has to despawn and respawn. And so a drug interdiction mission would be awesome, but you'd have to have calm seas. Maybe here, let's kick up the wind a little bit. Let's say the wind was at, I don't know, 50%. All right, so now you need to build a boat that can function up to, say, 50% wind. And then you need to put a condition in the game that the wind can only ever go to 50%. Look at this. This boat has a lot of stability systems, and it's still acting funky and 50% wind. So now you're doing a drug interdiction mission. Well, do you say, okay, we're going to limit the wind to 50%, and so you put as a global constraint the weather, wind is limited to 50 during the mission. That's fine. And then you do a drug interdiction mission where you're chasing this guy down. You could do something like, for example, use the guns in there where you shoot the engine out, and once the engine's out, it's done. It would be very cool if they would make it so NPCs could shoot at you. You could do cops and robbers type stuff. You could do, like I said, drug interdiction. That would be cool. Stuff like that would be cool. I'm just curious how much retooling of the game would they have to do, you know. I just, I'm not against any of this. It's just, I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt that they know how much effort and work this is going to take. They know how big their team is. They know how many work hours per day they have. And then, like I said, the fear is, do we put a mission in the game that is very complicated, then we're either afraid to make a change to pressure, fuel, cooling, any of this, and then we have to go back and we have to fix every single vehicle in the game, because every single vehicle in the game uses the cooling system. So if we change something in the cooling system, now half the missions vehicles no longer work. So they have to spend, to change one thing, and they might have to change every mission. So I can certainly see that as a real fear of theirs, you know. Yeah, smuggler mission would be cool. Something like that would be cool. Yeah, we'll see you later there, Amanda. Yeah, but I don't know. I just tend to give them the benefit of the doubt that it is more complicated than it at first looks. Because I think that's the safe position to take, is things are more complicated than you think they are. And I see this a lot IRL, is I used to laugh my ass off when somebody would make a simple change the airline should do, and then it would just, oh, well, if they just did this, it would work so much better. And you would have a layperson who has no clue, right? Like, for example, they would say, oh, you should never push off the gate unless you're already ready, or you're already cleared for takeoff. One, that's not how any of that works. Two, if you don't push off the gate, the airplane coming in does not have a gate. So you have to push off the gate to let the airplane come in to get on gate. And so, for example, they passed some laws somewhat recently with aviation where you could only sit on the airplane for 3 hours. Well, I remember we sat out on the airplane for 4.5 hours in JFK. We pushed, we went out there, and we sat for 4.5 hours. So we were I think the 5 p.m. departure to Raleigh-Durham from JFK. Our company's 4 p.m. departure to Raleigh-Durham, they pushed off at 4, and they went out and they sat. We pushed off at 5. Now, what happened between 4 and 5 was that we found out that the delay was getting absolutely insane. There was a huge storm, I think. It was 2 days before, and the whole system was just backed up, right? So let me just fix this really quick. So there was a huge backup, and so everything was coming through JFK. And so what happened was the 4 p.m. plane pushed, and the delay had not started yet. Then we pushed, all right? And so between 4 and 5, we got the information that the backup was going to be insane. And so because we knew that the backup was going to be insane, we took on 3,000 extra pounds of fuel. And because we took on 3,000 extra pounds of fuel, we were able to sit out there on the taxi out on the runway. We were on the runway for some of it for hours, literally hours, 4.5 hours, and we had enough fuel to take off. Well, the plane that left before us didn't take on extra fuel. They sat out there for 6.5 hours because they sat out there for 3.5 hours, and then they realized they didn't have the fuel to take off. They had to taxi back to the gate. They never left JFK, and it took them 6.5 hours on the ground. So when you get somebody say, oh, well, we shouldn't leave the gate until we're ready to go, it's you need the people off the gate or else the whole system crashes down. And so it's I try to keep that same lesson in mind when I think about telling some software developer when I have no clue about software development, oh, just do this, it's easy. I try to think of that and I say, you know what, people think that what I'm an expert in is easy, and they're wrong. And it's probably the same with me. I think that something easy with software is not, so I tend to try to err on that side of things are difficult, you know. Let's quickly look at this. So, like, this was what happened in JFK, right? So, let me see if I can remember the terminal. I think our terminal was right here. Yeah, this was our terminal here. So, we were in the alley, right? We pushed. We came out. We went down here, and they closed this runway. This runway was closed. We went on this runway, and we sat on this runway, and we shut down for an hour. And then we taxied up, and we shut down for another hour. We taxied up over on Echo, and we kept taxiing. We came over here, and we shut down for another hour. We taxied down here, shut down, then we taxied over here and took off. So that was 4.5 hours to go from here to take off here. 4.5 hours. And so it's kind of that whole thing I'm talking about. Is like, you know, it sounds like, oh, well, why don't you just, you know, do X, Y, or Z? And if you understand the mechanics of it, you're like, that doesn't make any sense. We do it for a reason. We are doing it the best way. You guys just don't know the 1,000 different parameters it's going. So I tend to err on the side of that's probably what's going on here. But, you know, what do I know? Yeah, I agree. Having some static NPCs in the world, you can just go and kind of like go talk to the doctor. That'd be kind of cool. You know, buy, sell things. That would be really cool. That's the kind of gameplay I really like. I think that would be really fun. Like, you know, let's say they add a fishing DLC and they have a fishmonger, and you go up and you talk to the fishmonger. You can sell fish to him. Maybe he tells you, like, one thing I really like in these industrial or business type games that I think is a lot of fun is as you get more experience, you get better rep. And so say, for example, like the first time you deal with the fishmonger, he is not telling you shit. He just buy, sell fish. And then later, right, you buy and sell and fish. He goes, hey, I heard of a really good fishing grounds. Are you interested? And you're like, yeah. And he's like, oh, for $500, I'll tell you. And so you give him $500, right? And he tells you the coordinates. And so the coordinates right here, whatever that is, 25,775, 25,243, has really good fish. Well, if you accept the mission, if let's say you give him $500, it triggers the mission. So now that fishing ground is really fertile for a certain amount of time, you know, maybe permanently, you know. You know, that was something I always thought was cool in, like, what do you call it? Grand Theft Auto. Like, if you paid attention to the TV, you might find out some inside information that has an Easter egg or something cool, and you, like, it can get to extra missions and contents. You know, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, there were, you know, I didn't play any before 1.0 came out. I came on right after 1.0. You know, I'm all for people making custom missions and add-ons and stuff like that. I think that's awesome. People can still make add-ons and missions, not like they used to be able to. You know, I think the best thing for them to do is to, you know, is to kind of add some community-driven content into it, add some this and that. I don't know if there's a fear of putting too much stuff on the game file itself, but they could cycle missions on and off. They could do seasonal missions, would be kind of cool. You know, seasonal missions would be a good way to do it, where certain seasons you don't have missions XYZ. Other seasons you have missions ABC. That would be a good way to kind of control it, so you're not having like overkill. But yeah, that would be kind of cool. It would not surprise me in the least if they did something with the animals. You know, people were bitching up to no end that they added all these animals. Oh my God, they're so stupid. You know, they say every pejorative they could towards Deltars. And it was like, there's probably a reason they're adding these animals, you know. Again, we got hints of, you know, if you look back at Space DLC, we got hints. Like years ago, we got hints about what was going to be in Space DLC. You know, we got, for example, when Industrial... What, am I still dying? Okay, no, good. All right, when Industrial Frontier came out, we had Monkey Brain launch site, right? That's what a lot of people use for evidence of Space DLC coming, right? That came out a long time before Space DLC came out, right? There are probably some Easter eggs in the game that will allude to what's going to happen in the... Right, we're supposed to get 4 majors, and we're supposed to get new content, minor updates, every 4 weeks. So, right, I think oil was a major, right? So one of the majors could be something like farming, fishing. You know, they said they're not doing a DLC this coming year. So, like, we got a bunch of animal updates, right? Could there be something where we get missions where we rescue animals? Yeah. Could they be having problems with them? Or could it just be a long process and they're just trying to work through it, you know? Who knows? You know, but I doubt a lot of this stuff is just like random, like, oh, let's waste a bunch of time putting an animal in the game. It could be. Or it could be like they said they worked on sales and they weren't happy with it, right? And I can understand that, right? I don't want sales that look like blocks. I want sales that look like sales. And cloth physics is a notorious pain in the ass. I want to be able to fold up sales. I want to be able to lower sales and have them automatically kind of fold together so they look good. You know, are you going to have to worry about a sale clipping into something and then the game crashes, you know? So they said they worked on sales and they just weren't happy with it and they might come back, you know? So, you know, that's dev time that we don't see, that we didn't see any of the fruits of, right? We didn't get anything, so we think it was wasted time or they did nothing or they're lazy and they didn't do anything. No, they worked on sales, they spent a lot of time on sales, and they weren't happy with it. And so instead of giving us shit, they decided, nope, we're not happy with it, you know? And so that's another thing that it seems like, you know, you don't see that work got put in. So, you know, that's kind of tough. I think sales would be cool. It's not something that I'm really champing at the bit for because it's like, you know, I understand why a lot of people want sales, and I get it. You know, absolutely. A lot of people like to just build, and making galleons would be really cool. Like Cod Cape has made some cool galleons. You know, Darkside Trippers made some cool sailing ships. Let's look up some of those. You know, Tripper had a sailboat on the other day I was looking at. I find it here. This one here. You know, so, you know, I know, Tripper, you were saying that you do, you know, Steam and sail at the same time. Like, it would be awesome if you could do some of these things. I think for a lot of the community, right? Think of the part of the community who says, like, if their boat does not go 300 knots, they think it goes quote unquote slow. My boat is so slow; it only goes 50 knots, right? 50 knots, one of the highest speeds you'll ever see in a normal ship, and they're complaining that that is too slow, right? Because they don't have the patience, or they don't have the game time, or whatever reason they want a faster boat, and so. Is sailing going to engage a lot of the community? I still think they should do it. Even if it doesn't engage a ton of the community, I still think they should throw things out to the community that a smaller group would like. But it's going to be slow. And so anybody who doesn't like slow gameplay is going to probably poo-poo it. And, oh, I wish they did this. Oh, they should have added more guns instead of adding sails. So, you know, it's a balancing act. And they have to, and I think they do a reasonable job of giving to parts of the community which are underserved from time to time, you know. Even though that they'll get bitched at for it, you know, they're gonna get bitched at no matter what they do, frankly. But yeah, so some of those missions would be cool to see. I would love to see that. Static NPCs, mission givers, buying things. I would love to see as an option that you can select as a checkbox survival mechanics, food, water, and you buy it from people. I would love to see the ability to do farming and fishing where you go up to a person, you sell it, where you maybe get a mission from somebody. So let's say you get the normal mission system, but let's say when you walk up to the doctor, right, when you go deliver a mission and the doctor gives you something, the doctor goes, psst, and you turn over there, and if you walk up to the doctor says, either a voice line or a text line that says, hey, you know, I've got a special mission for you if you've got time. So it'd be a conditional mission if you're at the hospital. So let's say, let's bring up the map. Let's say we go to this hospital here, right? And we go up next to the doctor, right? We have no mission active. We just delivered a person there. And then the doctor goes, psst, and he goes, hey, we have a patient that needs to be transported from, you know, Algernon Hospital to, fuck it, let's make it difficult. Up to the SGK research outpost for an experimental treatment, you know, And the only reason you got that mission was because you were at that hospital. And when you get close to that guy, he gave you the mission, right? And so now what do you have to do? And it says it's going to be $18,000. That's good money, right? So you say, all right, so I take the person from Al John Hospital. They're very sick though, so they have to be kept in a bed. If they get out of a bed for more than a minute, they will become incapacitated. 5 minutes, they'll die. So they have to be in a med bed. So what do? Okay, I have to go get an ambulance. So you get an ambulance, you put them in the med bed. You drive them all the way back to the airport here. So you drive them to Clark, right? You park your ambulance, you load up your plane that has a med bed in it. You grab their ass, and you put them in there under a minute. Yay, they didn't die. We'll see you later, Rasmus. Thanks for hanging out. So now they're in the plane. You take the plane out, you put the ambulance in, you despawn the ambulance, boom, you fly from Clark, you come up here, where the hell are we here? To Tajan, right? You land at Tajan. All right, land at Tajan, spawn the ambulance, put them in the ambulance, despawn the plane, boop, 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 bingo. And you just got 18 grand. That would be an awesome mission that you picked up from a mission giver. I think that's probably reasonable to add in the game, just like, you know, if close to this person, have them go, psst, you know. If you ignore them, if you go outside of the range of them again, the mission shuffles again. So it would be a mission giver conditional on proximity to the mission giver. So if you get within 10 meters of this person, they will give you a mission, or try to give you a mission. You can either take it or not. But something like that would be really cool. I mean, because it's multi-step, like, oh, I need to put them in a med bed. I need an ambulance. Okay, so maybe you go back and you build an ambulance. You save the game. You go back in your custom game. You build an ambulance. Then you go do it. Maybe one of your airplanes, you don't have any airplane with a med bed, so you build one, or you retrofit one with a med bed. Now you go up here, ambulance, boom. That would be a really cool mission. Let's say you've had zero reason to go up to the Arctic. There are no missions, unfortunately, in the game that tell you to go from here up to here. So by doing that, well, now you're in the Arctic. So you know, okay, I'm going to the Arctic. I need Arctic survival suits. I need X, Y, and Z. So now you're up to the Arctic. Well, guess what? You get close to this mission giver, and he goes, psst, you know, and say, hey, man, you know, we're really low on med supplies here. Can you get us some, you know, some crack cocaine, whatever, and you know, from, I don't know, from here, from Holttown, from the Holttown Central Hospital. You know, and so you say, okay, we'll fly down to O'Neill, and then I'll grab, I don't need ambulance, I just need a vehicle that can hold the box in, and you fly over here, you get the box, you can fly back, put the box in here, and you fly back up to Tajan. Or you say, you know what, I don't want to hang around up here, and you screw. You know, that would be really cool, I think. All right, let me catch up on some chat. There's nothing wrong with the animals, but there were a bunch of people crying about them. They just bitched the whole time. And there are some people who, like, you could give them an ice cream cone and they would cry, you know? Oh, that's very cool. A sailing game, yeah. All right, so I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm losing my voice here, but that was a fun getting that little van up and running. That's what I like with those little builds. Is you see it, like, technically it takes a lot of work to get something that compact to work. So that's one of the things I really like. So one thing we learned with Vrigeau just does not have the fuel to be going all the way down there and all the way back. So that's fine. You know, a little bit of cheaty on that, but again, it was to have fun, so it's fine. You know, that was a long mission all the way down here, back, and then back. So in the future, that's better for a seaplane. I was talking yesterday about how I want to build a seaplane for the home ship there. Try to get that worked on some, but crane stuff is really cool, and I want to do a bunch of crane stuff. We're actually probably pretty good here. Let's teleport here so I know what I want to do next episode. So we started the episode off, I came over here. Or we started when I got in the save. Alright, so it looks like we're done here, as you can see. So this base is empty and can be despawned. At some point, I did do it correctly. I did disconnect the pipe, but it broke. It's gone. So I'll just put a new pipe in, and then we'll put the new facility on top. As you can see, No oil. This should probably be empty, I hope. So this is the old fraction tower. I'll put the new one on. As you can see, the old fraction tower still worked. It just didn't work as well as the new one. And then, so these are now ready to go. And so next episode, we'll go dump these in the base, and then we can put the new one on, and we can start to, speak of the devil, there we go, plane. What is that plane? That's a neat plane. And so we'll put the new refinery on, and then we need to refine an absolute butt ton of diesel and get it to some sort of dock where we can go. So likely what we'll do is we'll buy FJ. We're pretty good on money now. We're 226,000. We made some good money this episode. So we should be able to put the new fraction tower on, get some diesel. What we might do is run the diesel locomotive and run the diesel all the way over to FJ, buy FJ, and then we can launch the large ship from FJ full of diesel. So that sounds like a plan. I think that will be fun. So, you know, having a little bit of some forethought and some planning into what you want to do with missions, I think often helps cut down the boredoms as well. So special thanks to the members, Side of Mountain, Connor O'Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Citrus, Erasmus, and Mandy VR. Thank you guys for being members. Thank you to Chicken Store for being a patron. If you're interested in any of that, it's down in the description below. Thank you guys, especially for everybody for subscribing. Hit 3,000 subscribers last night. I appreciate you guys for that. That's always nice to see. If you guys liked the video, please like the video. That helps out. Helps anyone else who may be interested to find it. And I will see you guys in the next one.